pronunciation of his name. Hussein Khosrau Ali Waziri is better known by which name? And we will go to Michael to see if we can get the answer. Hey, Michael, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Michael Hussein, full name, was better known by which name?
One of the greatest follows on Twitter, the Iron Sheik.
The Iron Sheik. You are correct, Michael. Hang on. And he is very funny on Twitter. He is, he's 80 years old.
Yeah.
I wonder,
by the way.
because he tweets a lot.
Yeah.
Oh, he's so funny.
Yeah.
He uses the word jabroni a lot.
Yeah,
but he
yeah,
also he says F the whatever.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, all the time. He
So,
hates everything all the time.
The Iron Sheik was brought up yesterday because we were playing music from Duncan Sheik, and Casey told us that the Iron Sheik was Duncan Sheik's birthday. And so
father.
therefore, that his father. So we thought we would pass it along for the stupid question this morning. And we are going to give Michael a $150 Fogo Show gift card. Fogo is a culinary experience and the best place to discover new favorites like their new bone-in ribeye and bone-in double-cut pork chop as part of the full Tresco experience. And you can make a reservation for Center City or King of Prussia at Fogo.com. All right, we're going to start with the Emmy nominations. I'm just going to touch on this, and we will go into detail a little bit later on because the breakdown. And I was telling Steve off air, I used to not care about the Emmys at all because it was the same shows year after year going up against each
It
other.
got boring.
There was a limited amount. And it was always, like Friends against, whatever, Cheers and so on. But now we have so many streaming platforms, so many different TVs, programs to choose from, and specials and movies and documentaries that it's become a lot more interesting, I think.
I think in many ways it's become Oscar-esque.
Yeah. So we'll go into detail a little bit later on. But the leading of the awards were Succession, Ted Lasso, and The White Lotus. Succession received 25 nominations, with the most.
Emmy sweetheart.
Yeah, and then Ted Lasso and The White Lotus also received 20 each. Hacks and Only Murders in the Building followed close behind with 17 nominations
I love
each.
both those shows, too.
And Selena Gomez, though, was surprisingly snubbed for her acting.
Hey, they couldn't chuck her a nomination?
Making history is the first non-English language series to be nominated for Best Drama. Squid Game earned 14 nods. And also making history is Quinta Brunson, creator of Abbott Elementary.
She deserves it.
The show earned 7 nods, and Variety reports that Brunson is the first black woman to earn 3 comedy nominations in the same year. Also, Chadwick Boseman received a posthumous nomination for his role in What If. So we'll cover some of the details on that a little bit later on this morning.
As it develops.
I'll do the breakdowns of who's nominated and so on, but they made those announcements yesterday. There's a bunch more stuff to get to, so we'll move on to that. James Franco getting back into his acting career 4 years after being faced with sexual misconduct allegations. Wow, it's been that long.
Yeah.
The 44-year-old has been cast as a fisherman in the coming-of-age period drama called Me from director Billy August. Franco said in a statement, "I'm excited to board this phenomenal project and to be working with the legendary Billy August. I'm a huge fan of his work, and Me, You is a truly brilliant script." Is it Me, You? Oh, it's called Me, You. All right, Me, comma, You. Franco is also starring the upcoming action movie Mace. His most recent roles include voicing a character in the 2019 movie Arctic Dogs and the third and final season of HBO's The Deuce that same year. He was accused of sexually inappropriate behavior by 5 women, 4 of whom were his acting students, in an article published by the Los Angeles Times in January 2018. That same month, one of the alleged victims had told Good Morning America that Franco abused his power by exploiting the non-celebrity women that he worked with under the guise of giving them opportunities. At the time, an attorney of Franco denied each of those allegations. But he is coming back to get back to work.
So the weird thing is that he had sort of his pack that he was with from Seth Rogen and a number of the others. Basically, that cast of the movie The End were all in his circle. And I don't know if they've still maintained a friendship or where that stands because they would work together a lot.
Yeah, don't know. So this is out of Albuquerque. Sony Pictures is set to unveil a set of Breaking Bad statues outside of the Albuquerque Convention Center.
What?
He's our favorite meth heads.
Right.
July 29th in honor of the iconic series. I was thinking the same thing. I mean, when it comes down to it, these characters were meth peddlers.
Sweetie, stand in front of the meth peddlers.
Of statues, series creator Vince Gilligan said over the course of 15 years, two TV shows and 1 movie, Albuquerque has been wonderful to us. I wanted to return the favor and give something back. He said, these larger-than-life bronzes of Walter White and Jesse Pinkman exist thanks to the generosity of Sony Pictures Television and the artistry of sculptor Trevor Grove, and I love them. It makes me happy to picture them gracing the Duke City for decades to come,
I think it's kind of cool.
attracting busloads of tourists. Yeah,
It is weird, but I think it's cool.
I mean,
it's considered one of the all-time great TV dramas.
Absolutely, yeah.
it might be it might be my favorite, and I'm watching Better Call Saul right now. But you could have put maybe Asac Schrader up there, Hank, who was probably the only good guy on the whole show.
Yeah, but people would know.
No.
At least
people know.
Even people who are vaguely familiar with the series would know who those leads are.
So Cranston and Paul added in a statement, we are thrilled and humbled to be getting bronze statues of our characters from Breaking Bad permanently placed at the convention center in downtown Albuquerque. They said this city has meant so much to us over the years, and we want to thank everyone at ABQ for not only being great hosts throughout our show and Better Call Saul, but being an important character in the storytelling as well. We also appreciate that the statues will be indoors and therefore protected from pigeons depositing their critiques on our heads.
Are they going ahead with that 900-foot balcony in Illinois?
I think so. I'll be in Albuquerque in September, right? I'm driving across the country. That's still happening, right?
That's one of the stops.
There you go, dude. You'll be able to go to the statues.
And not only that, I need to go to Walter White's house. I need to spend a lot of time in Albuquerque.
So the larger-than-life bronze statues were originally commissioned in 2019. Sony Pictures originally commissioned the piece, and the statues took over 2 years to complete. The design was a collaboration between Gilligan and sculptor Trevor Grove.
Have you seen them? Did they have pictures
No,
of them?
I haven't seen
I
them
didn't
yet.
see in the article that I read.
I
And I'm
think
like,
they're going to wait for the unveiling.
oh, yeah, because sometimes they come out bad. Like the Lucy statue.
That was the worst.
Jesus Christ. It looked like John Wayne Gacy.
Both bronze statues are set to be installed and displayed inside the Albuquerque Convention Center.
Do people still show up at that house and do the pizza thing? With throwing the pizza up on the roof?
Then they put up a fence because that became a problem.
Right.
Like,
In that episode, there's
yeah.
a famous scene where he flings the box and the pizza lands on the roof, and then
It
tourists
stays
would
there.
come by and throw pizza up on the roof.
exactly.
Yep. Wendy Williams is speaking out about the final episode of her talk show. She told the Post that she wasn't invited to be a part of it. She said that Debmar Mercury didn't ask me to do that, so I didn't. I sat in my apartment and I watched it, and I was like, eek. That's what she said. Eek. Yeah.
Yes.
I can't believe what I'm watching.
She said Debmar Mercury, in my opinion, should have done it with me, not these other people on the Wendy Williams show, except for Fat Joe. I love him. He's my favorite.
Of course, he's everyone's favorite.
She also opened up about her upcoming podcast, saying that if you're extremely famous like I am,
What? Really? Is she serious?
She's serious.
It's not tongue in cheek.
she said hosting a podcast will make more money than being on the Wendy Williams show.
Did you? There was a clip that came out where she was talking about getting into the world of podcast, but she was referring to it as if it had just been invented. So I'm learning about podcast and what the world of podcast is.
Dude, she was in radio for
yeah,
years.
you know what's going on.
No.
In fact, she was brought into the Hall of Fame the year before us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Chris Hemsworth has a
right.
Yeah, a lot going on for him. In a recent interview with UK's Capital FM, Natalie Portman shared that her Love, Thor, and Thunder co-star refrained from eating meat for hours before they shot their kissing scene out of respect for her. She said, he's really nice. The day we had a kiss scene, he didn't eat meat that morning because I'm a vegan. And he eats meat like every half hour. So that was thoughtful. That's not something I'm angry about or care about, but he was just being thoughtful. He's a very nice person, she said. This comes after Hemsworth shared a heartfelt post about what a proud dad he was on Monday, posting photos of his daughter on the set of 2 different Thor movies. He wrote, here's 2 pics of me and my daughter. One was the first time she was on the set 11 years ago, and the other is the most recent on Thor, Love, and Thunder. She's my favorite superhero.
So in this movie case, is he the most jacked he's ever been for a Thor? He looks like he's a monster.
Yeah, I mean, he's up there, and at one point, he's completely in the buff.
Yeah.
And he, he's full on flexing. You're
Right,
like,
yeah.
okay, yeah. But I follow him on Instagram, and I mean, he just does these insanely intense workouts.
Right.
Yeah, I stopped following him because of that. 'Cause that's
Stop it.
all he was doing. I thought it'd be kind of cool, peek inside his life outside of that stuff, but he's just
Chris Hemsworth. I want to make you feel bad about yourself.
he's just working out all the time.
Here's how I make you feel bad about you.
Hey, Mickey Rourke is not impressed in the slightest by Tom Cruise. On Piers Morgan Uncensored recently, the actor dragged Cruise's acting career. He said, this guy's been doing the same effing part for 35 years. I got no respect for that. Rourke went on to say that he isn't fazed by Top Gun Maverick's success at the box office. He said, I don't care about money and power. I care about when I watch Al Pacino work and Christopher Walken and Robert De Niro's early work and Richard Harris's work and Ray Winstone's work. That's my kind. That's the kind of actor I want to be like. He said Montgomery Clift and Marlon Brando back in the day. And then he added, I think he's irrelevant in my world.
Well, but why did he even make this comment?
He was asked about it.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, he's commenting on Piers Morgan must have asked him what he thought about Tom Cruise's success. So
Mickey Rourke is legitimately, like you watch The Wrestler, he's phenomenal.
Oh, he's amazing.
He's off the rails sometimes, and that's what makes him difficult to work with.
And he's also going to have a harder time acting because of all the alterations to his face. It's like Cher. She did so much to her face that the ability to express has kind of gone away. You know what I mean?
Like a guy who's had people stomp on his face, that served him well for The Wrestler.
Yeah, exactly. So apparently Anna Wintour is quite the matchmaker. Page 6 reports that the Vogue editor set Bradley Cooper up with Huma Abedin. I guess that's how you say her name.
I believe it is.
Abedin? Okay.
Yeah.
Abedin. The top aide to Hillary Clinton, and that the pair have been dating for a few months now.
Yeah, she was also married to Anthony Weiner.
Oh, was she?
Yes, so that she was married to
Weiner.
And it's
that freaking guy. Remember that?
Oh my God, he was
eating.
Oh my God,
Was he posting naked pictures and stuff?
he was sexting with an under.
Stop the Wieners.
Yeah.
Stop the Wieners.
Yeah.
He did it twice. He was sending pictures of him. It was to a girl who was 15 or 16, I guess.
I'd say this is a bit of a step up for her.
Massive
from
step up.
Weiner to Bradley Cooper.
Wiener.
And a source told the outlet Anna definitely played matchmaker. She's BFFs with Bradley and adores. Is it Huma or Uma? I don't know.
I'm going to say Huma Abedin.
Huma Abedin.
Nah. There's only one Uma.
That's that one.
Yeah.
People reports that the men's grooming company Manscaped has found its new spokesperson, and it's Pete Davidson.
Do you have a specific manscaping design device, or do you just use an electric razor?
I have a really good electric razor. You know
That's
what
I do.
I don't know the brand name of it, but it's waterproof, and it has a guard, an adjustable guard
And
on
God,
it,
you
which
need
I
that.
love. So, yep.
When you're bringing something like that close to your balls, or your you need protection. Kathy, trust us.
All right, then.
Yep. So Manscaped has found this the spokesperson Pete Davidson in a comedic advertisement released on Monday. Davidson jokes, presentation matters. Don't make me get specific because I will. And then he adds, shave it, baby. So he is now shilling that. So
Yeah, but they all have their product line.
Steve sent me this article about actor Edward Furlong. Played John Connor in Terminator 2. Danny Vineyard in American History X. He was wonderful in that. Appeared alongside Hollywood greats like Arnold Schwarzenegger, Meryl Streep, Ed Norton, and Liam Neeson. But in his 20s, he descended into the hell of meth and heroin abuse that persisted through the birth of his son, Ethan, who is now 15, and led to multiple arrests. And now, over 5 years after his last brush with the law, 2016 conviction for being under the influence of drugs, Furlong, who is 44 years old, is sober. He has been for over 4 years now. He is relaunching his movie career, recently filming in Texas with Brad Keller, producer-director who worked on the film JFK. It's a project called Charlie's Horse. And his new lease on life also includes a fresh set of teeth.
Yeah.
His own had rotted due to years of meth use. He described his new ones, which he got from LA Experts Global Implant Dentistry, as being part of his second chance. They said it feels great to be back on set and sober, too.
He was really great in American History X.
gosh.
Obviously, Terminator 2 is where you first became aware of him, but he's so good.
Yeah.
And there had to be something in there for you to really connect to because he plays that part. So it's such a tragic movie.
Yeah. He was talking about being on set. He said, I didn't feel hungover when I went to work. And there's other sober people at work, which is weird because if you're not sober, you're not hanging out with the other sober people. So it was cool. And I really enjoy it, and I feel like I can be more in the moment. I love to work, and we will see what happens. Joking, he said, hopefully I won't end up having to be a prostitute or something like that.
Well, he's in that documentary of that Soleil Moon Frye made, kind of an autobiography.
Yeah.
A girl, nine, what was it then? I forget the name of it. Anyway, Soleil Moon Frye, Punky Brewster, and he had a relationship for a while when his career was initially very hot.
So he says it took him some time to come around to the idea of having his teeth ripped out and replaced, but admits that it has been worth it. He said, it sounds weird for me to be talking about teeth because I don't live and breathe the way I look. But every time I looked in the mirror, it just bummed me out as a reminder of what I had done for all those years. And it's nice to get a second chance. It was a no-brainer, and I'm super glad that I did it. So he's making
it's good.
More changes. All right, and then let me see here. I have time for one more thing. In an interview with Deadline, Jennifer Coolidge shared a glimpse into the second season of The White Lotus. We were talking about how many Emmy nods.
I haven't seen any of this.
Neither have I. Coolidge received her first Primetime Emmy nomination on Tuesday for her role in the show. She said, I'm still Tanya. I'm still messed up. She went on to say that The White Lotus, Sicily, feels completely different, almost like a different show. And she said it's even more complicated than the first one. So we'll talk a little bit more about those nominations when we break down the Emmys. In the meantime, we are going to do some clips. Where the Crawdads Sing is a coming-of-age story of a young girl in a mysterious murder case. And here, Olivia Neumann talks about why directing this film was a dream come true.
I was in love with the book. I was so excited to be able to work with Lucy Alibar, who's just an amazing lyrical screenwriter. And I was surrounded by a team of powerhouse women who were passionate about the book and shared my vision for it. So it was very exciting.
I don't think I want to see it.
Where the Crawdads Sing opens on Friday.
To hear the story, apparently Taylor Swift was a huge fan of the book and just out of the blue composed a song for not realizing that a movie had actually gone into production. So
wow. So it went right to
they
that.
got a Taylor Swift song.
Perfect.
Not even trying.
Next clip, here we go. Paws of Fury, The Legend of Hank. An animated comedy loosely based on the 1974 film Blazing Saddles. Follows a down-on-his-luck dog who dreams of becoming a samurai. And here Samuel L. Jackson explains his character.
I play Jimbo, who's an experienced older samurai who has fallen from grace and is actually the fastest sword in the world.
What the hell are you talking about?
All right. I did not know this. It is based on Blazing Saddles.
Samurai?
All right. Paws of Fury, The Legend of Hank hits theaters on Friday.
Is it not meant exclusively for adults, Ryan? It looks
No.
very kiddish.
Probably, I guess, along the line. I don't know how it would be influenced by
I
It's
think
got
Blazing Saddles.
Mel Brooks is in it.
Oh, get out.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
George Takei, Ricky Gervais. I mean, it's got a really great cast.
Jaimin Hansen, Gabriel Iglesias. Yeah. Okay.
All right.
There's some good names in there. All right. Anyhow, that's the end of the entertainment report for you today, friends. Don't forget, we have a secret text word today. We have your chance to win a pair of tickets. MMR presents Highly Suspect, Franklin Music Hall, October 8th. Text the word secret to 39333. We will see if you win a little bit later on. Hey, I'm going to mention this. We have a new Daily Rush video for you to check out. It's called the Alien Morning Radio Show. Scientists are receiving radio signals from deep space, and the Alien Morning Show is giving away 500 credits every parsec on the parsec. Good morning, Alpha Centauri. And you can be the first to see the new Daily Rush videos by subscribing to our YouTube channel. Please do that.
Yes.
Smash that thing.
Smash
baby.
that thing down below.
Yeah. Smash that like button.
Why did the word smash
I don't know.
become? All right, anyway.
For
It's
us,
funny,
it meant
but
to
every YouTuber says it.
Yeah.
Every YouTuber says it. Sponsored by Xfinity's Gig Speed Internet, and you can learn more at Xfinity.com, by the way. So take a look when you have a chance there. All right, we got guests and stuff, things happening. We're going to take a break. We'll tell you about all that when we return. Stay with us because we will not be gone long, my friend.
Preston and Steve.
chat with Kelly Ripa when the cameras weren't rolling.
What?
No. It's not the way it sounds, and we all will understand this. Regis had a mandate. She said, absolutely no talking off camera.
So save it for the TV, right?
Yeah.
I'm such a professional.
She tells the New York Times about her dynamic with Philbin. She said he had almost a superstition about it. You save it for the show.
Save it for the show.
She said,
Kelly, look at me right in the eyes. Save it for the show.
She'd said, I'd be like, good morning. And
Shut up!
He'd say, save it for...
Shut up. Shut your mouth. Shut.
Save it for...
Shut the mouth now.
You weren't very nice about it.
Look, shut the mouth closed. Shut. Now.
So she would... he would say, save it for the air.
Save it for the air. Shut.
I swear to God.
I will kill you where you stand. I will cut your whole goddamn head off. I just purchased a scimitar. For this very reason. To just slice your head off. So shh.
After he left live,
Nothing?
Michael Strahan came aboard and his unexpected ex from Good Morning
She
America.
can't understand what he says, so.
So it didn't matter.
So it was her saying don't talk, yeah. Shut up.
Just put your slicker on and talk to that slob.
Ari Lewandijk Jr. is about to meet 29 potential future wives.
Oh, boy. Is he the new Bachelor?
The Bachelor season 22 is about to kick off, and in the running this time are 4 Laurens, 2 Brittany's, and 3 real estate agents.
I am Brittany, and I'm just looking for that someone special.
The 36-year-old race car driver, there you go, was first introduced to viewers on season 8.
Hey, would this show work with ugly people? I mean, straight
not
up.
at all for 1 second.
Can they just try it? Can like a smaller, lesser network just do it with ugly people?
No, they did. Rock of Love.
No, I mean like actual ugly people.
You know what? They have shows that are average people, like that Married at First Sight thing.
Yeah.
And those people aren't. So they're just kind of average looking. So and people watch that, but it does have the added level of they've never met before and they're going to try to stay together.
Regular people. It's just you have these stunning people. Many of them very loose sexually.
Right.
You have these dream dates that no one on earth ever goes on, but people on The Bachelor and Bachelorette.
Yeah.
And that's
Could
why
you
people
imagine,
watch.
like The Bachelor shows up, and then you got 20 or 30 bachelorettes, and then
Mama June Shannon gets out of the limo.
Some of the bachelorettes are like, you know what, I'm out. You know,
Yeah.
so immediately the 30 goes down to 20.
Well, that would be cool if at the point, but they've already it's the formula works so well.
I know.
It's been on, even though it's 90,000 different iterations of
This
it.
is season 22. Yeah, I don't know how many
It's
different
showing no
versions.
signs of slowing down. Bachelor, Bachelorette, Bachelor in Paradise.
Imagine Casey if the Bachelor shows up and he looks like that doctored picture of Tom Cruise that makes him a little fat and he's wearing a baseball hat.
Or Booger.
Yes, something like that.
It's not going to work. So anyhow,
I have to go. The limo's still running.
yeah.
People with great personalities, all
No one
across
cares.
the board. Yeah.
Look at this picture here.
Yes. That guy.
That's it. I love it.
I'd tune in. I totally would have watched that show. At least the first episode.
It's a fantasy for everyone. I got just what love is really like.
If you're one of the girls and you show up and Fat Tom Cruise is waiting for you instead of Ari Lewandijk Jr., you got ripped off on that season. You're gone.
Yeah.
You're out of there. So anyhow, he was first introduced on season 8 of The Bachelorette when he vied for the affection of Emily Maynard. So he goes. I love you. He goes.
I want to be with you.
He goes.
Forever.
I love you.
I love you.
See,
I look into the future and I see you and I together, like two people together.
Poetry.
I want to walk down the aisle with you, the same aisle, and get married. I want to write our own vows and use ventriloquist dummies to convey them.
please welcome Mr. M. Night Shyamalan.
Guys, I like the music.
You like that?
That's a cello actually played through, through an electric a thing.
Oh,
to
that's
make
really cool,
to
yeah.
Make it sound like a growl.
Oh, really?
That's
Music from Split, yeah.
Yeah, this was. Hang on, wait.
Yeah,
Yeah,
see
now
that
you
on
can
that-
hear it.
Yeah, and the composer actually plays the cello. He played it himself, like in a bathroom, like off the tiles, and you can anyway.
Who was the composer? No. I mean,
Wes Stortson. I got him from the HBO show The Jinx. You know, making.
Yes.
So just an amazing talent.
I want to talk about, or ask you about Split, and so I don't want no spoiler alerts, but I recently went to a screening of Unbreakable. Do you look at Unbreakable differently than you did 10 years ago?
Split and Unbreakable are very, very connected, and they've always been. Even when I wrote the original movie, both these movies were in my head and actually on paper.
Okay.
So it was just one of those things when I started doing smaller movies, which give me a lot of creative control, and for me, whether it's even just in my own head, a sense of being able to be daring and different and original and not worry because the budgets are low and I can do something that's unexpected. I felt like, wow, I could do this other part of this story in a very unusual way. In fact, in a way that hasn't been done before, which is not even tell you how it's connected to something else unless you come see the movie and then forbid it to be mentioned in the marketing. It was really strange, I'll tell you, because I write only originals, but this is the first time I've ever written something where I already knew the characters, so it was very bizarre. Like, as soon as I started writing, I knew all the characters' voices and how they were going to react. So it was a very different process. And,
Okay.
Yeah, really interesting.
Well, speaking of that, I apologize, but how did you come up with all the different voices and characters for the one character in Split?
Yeah, James plays, if you guys haven't seen it, Split is about James's character and who suffers from DID, and he has 23 personalities, and there's a 24th one coming, which is a very threatening personality. And in this movie, he plays... I don't want to tell you how much because I think it's going to be fun, but it's an enormous number.
But that's crazy to have to come up with 23 characters for one.
You know what? Really, it's not any different for me as a screenwriter because they are who they are.
Mm-hmm.
So
they're real characters. They're just being funneled through one person.
Yeah, it's James that has the problem. I have to. I'm just writing different characters.
I watched the Blu-ray had a different ending. Which I find this stuff fascinating.
Yeah.
And one you didn't go with, and it was the exact right call to go with the one you went with. But do you when you shoot those things and you actually just sit there and see them side by side and run them, do you go, that's it, or are you back and forth?
Well, I mean, part of art is listening, right?
Yeah.
So you can have an agenda. Again, if I write you this movie about you guys, you five guys right here in this thing, I can have an agenda. Oh, I want Preston to be this person and that person, and but you have to really listen because the character of Preston or the character of Kathy will start talking to you and telling you something, and if you're being arrogant in the process, it's literally in a relationship, and if you're not listening to say, oh wow, the Kathy character wants to be the dominant character, doesn't want to be the way you were thinking of her, and so it's listening to it and making the movie and looking at it, you go, wow, I thought James's character was going to do this, or I thought Bruce's character was going to go this way, but actually it's Sam's character that wants to do this, and that process of I've gotten better at listening.
You sort of step aside and let the voices come. I know it seems very
it's all
bizarre,
sounds really, bizarre
and overly artsy, but I would understand that when you're writing for multiple characters. I mean, they're all living within you.
Yeah, so James, we were doing a scene, and just a random moment, just to give you a sense of what I'm talking about, and James was playing the 9-year-old boy, and he did something that he didn't know he was going to do. He was walking down the street, and he did something with something on the side of the building, and a half second before he did it, he didn't know he was going to do that. Right? And then he did it, and then he reacted to it, and like a 9-year-old, and it was hilarious and wonderful, but he didn't pre-think that. He was being the character and listening, basically, is what I'm saying. What does the character think? Oh, wow, the character's eyes went to this thing that happened to walk by. And that in that same way, being present as, having empathy. I guess as an artist, that's really what you're cultivating is your ability to have empathy. I've always, coveted the opportunity to do something where there was a pre-existing mythology and something so well thought out. Why Lord of the Rings and Harry Potter and even Star Wars, Lucas's Star Wars, why it's so effective is the backstory has been thought out so much. The backstory is the front story. All that work has been done. And when you guys see something on television or a movie that rings a little hollow, that's because the person walked in the room and that person didn't exist before they walked into the room.
So with that kind of just leaving things, just letting it funnel through, can we expect to see Glass face off against Stuart Little?
Maybe.
Is it possible?
Yeah, it's possible. I wrote Stuart Little for you fans out there. That's why that joke actually is funny.
I'd like to thank you. I'm a new member of the board of directors of the Greater Philadelphia Film Office. I work with Sharon Pinkerton now. So I came on board this year, and now I've been brought into the fold of all things film and television in Philadelphia. What she does is amazing, but it's people like you that still highlight this area as a place to film, a place to create, a place that's got wonderful landscapes and backgrounds and all that stuff, and trying to to keep that coming into the area.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, obviously, we shot a scene with Bruce down in South Philly, and we were in this house, this row home, and we came out, and there's 2,000 people outside, and they were like bringing us cheesesteaks and pizzas. By the way, I ate it all. So it was so good. I mean, I'm a Philly boy. I mean, I'm a classic Philly boy. It's October. We're gonna win the Super Bowl.
Yes, we are. M. Night Shyamalan, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, man. Yesterday, we got on a discussion for a moment about weird phone lines.
Yeah.
I remember. Yeah, well, what was it?
It was you.
Yeah, there was a number we used to call that would just, and it was something stupid to do as a kid, that when you would call it, it would dial, or it would ring once, and then it would pick up, and it would go, I mean, over and over, nonstop.
It had to be like maybe for service guys working on the lines, like a calibration thing.
Maybe that was
something like that.
Something along
and you
those
happened upon it.
No, but the reason I brought this up is because Steve came across now. One of the things is not just free phone lines like the time and temperature and 800 PHL gate. There was a time in history where the 900 exchange was quite popular, and those were paid phone calls. You mentioned celebrity ones.
Yeah, we have a couple of them.
You ready for this one?
Yeah, which one you have?
Here we go.
Audio Entertainment presents pop music's new sensation, Paula Abdul.
Call me, I've got news you can use.
Straight up, she's going to tell you everything.
Straight up, man.
You straight up call her now.
She'll tell you where she had her nose done.
And you should, because opposites attract.
Call 1-900-909-1800 now.
Call me twice and I'll send you an autographed picture.
You and Paula together. Just $2 the first minute, 45 cents each extra minute. Kids ask your parents' permission. Paula's on a rocket to stardom.
Call me now and find out why.
Pick up the phone. Call 1-900-909-1800.
We're watching the video. She was hot back in the day, man.
What if you called her up, though?
Yeah, what do you want?
Yeah. Look.
Paul, I'm a big fan. Yeah, great. You want a picture or what?
All right, here is here's another music one for you guys. Here we go.
Audio Entertainment presents Warren.
Yeah, we like to rock and roll. We like to do a lot of other things, too.
Call the Warren.
We like to rock and roll. We like to do a whole bunch of other things, too.
Like what?
Like, I don't know, like walk around, eat food, look at TV sometime.
Yeah?
Sleep. Yeah. It's the Rock's lifestyle, man. My buddy has a car. We'll drive around in it.
A car?
Yeah, car.
Kind of car.
4 wheels. Steering wheel. Got it all, man.
All right, let me play it from the beginning. And we will be there this coming Saturday and it's an early show. It's a 1 to 4 show, so come by for lunch / early dinner, happy hour.
A cool afternoon, right?
Whatever you want to have. Yeah, we had great weather last time, so it's usually breezy back there. Yep. So that'll be Mudhen this Saturday, and I'll be playing drums.
So
excited.
Do they send the regular drummer home, or do they operate sans drummer?
They don't have a drummer.
There you go.
Yeah, it's just
so you're not kicking some out of a gig. 2
acoustic guitars, vocals, and they can play anything.
Wow.
And they love people asking for requests, and they'll there were songs that they gave me a playlist. We never even practiced together.
That's the best.
So we just got together, and I learned these songs on my own, and we played them, and then there were several songs I've never played in my life that we just went into and started playing. And I'm like, all right, let's see what happens. Yeah. But I did tell them that if they wanted to, on my little tiny, quiet acoustic drum kit,
right,
I can play Tom Sawyer from Rush. I can pull that off.
Really?
And they said, we'll try and learn it, and maybe we will experiment with that on Saturday. We'll have to see how that goes. So anyhow, if you want, come out. It's going to be great. Down the shore. We'll have a good time. So yesterday, Kathy had mentioned just a little while ago, Amazon Prime Day.
Huge reaction.
Day 2 of this.
Yeah.
And so we spent a fair amount of time talking about how to navigate that and some different specials that you can find, stuff like that. So on the other end of it, I found a list I found quite interesting. Maybe this can help you out on what you don't want to buy.
So it's like point counterpoint.
Yeah. So it's an article that I came across, and it is called 14 Things We Buy and Then Almost Never Use.
Oh, okay,
right?
I love this. Yep.
Okay. And I think we can all, there's stuff on here that all of us have fallen into the trap of.
Yeah,
you know?
absolutely.
So I'll go through this. I don't know who the author of this article was, unfortunately.
It was Walt Whitman.
It was Walt Whitman.
Yeah.
He named a bridge after him.
It's unbelievable.
All right, so we'll start with this, and we'll begin with a pretty obvious one: online subscriptions. Okay, and some of these are not necessarily physical, tangible things.
Right.
And this would be one of them. So she says, keep a close eye on those monthly bills. Are you still studying Spanish with those online lessons? Are you really reading your hometown newspaper online? Could you get by with some free options, maybe? Stick with subscriptions that you use. Cancel those that you don't. If you don't want to do the work of reviewing your bills and canceling subscriptions you no longer use, there's a service. There's one that's called Trim that can do it for you.
Yeah, I went to that site. It was something totally different, Preston.
So they can help you, I guess, go through and see what you haven't been spending time on.
I told you I actually subscribed to an app that was supposed to help me eliminate the other apps that I use that I am paying for that I want to get rid of. And I've never used this app,
Right.
So I'm paying for this one as well.
I guess you know what might be a good idea
What?
is at you know how daylight savings time. We're not going to have that anymore.
Yeah. So there goes that.
How you check the batteries in your smoke alarms.
Right.
Maybe it's a good time to go through your apps and clean them out and see what you're not using.
We have some time off coming up. I'm gonna make that a mission to go through the stuff and trim as much as I can from that. I do actually use a lot of the things I subscribe to, so that's good. But there are things, how many people subscribed to Netflix multiple times without realizing it? It does happen. So
You know which one I still have a subscription to, and I think I haven't made one in a long time. Is that the app where you can put they have montages of movie stars.
Oh, I have that.
I have it too.
Yeah.
But I pay a subscription for it.
Sure.
I haven't used it in a year.
You want the pro, you want the subscription so you can get the good movie clips that you never use.
That I never use.
I did the same thing because I wanted to not use it too.
I need to stop paying for that. All right, here's another thing. Extended warranties.
Oh, yeah.
And then after this, we'll start getting into actual
tangible things.
Products.
Yeah.
But extended warranties. Should you bite? Generally, no, but it depends. Money Talks News founder Stacey Johnson says that typically extended warranties cost more than they're worth.
Yes.
But many new products seem to be fragile and complex, so you might want to consider.
I'll tell you where, like, if you're on a computer or something that's a little bit or like a screen cracks, you get an extended protection plan. Okay, maybe that's the case. But I love it when you go to get like a blender and the blender is $80 and they'll say, do you want to pay $50? It's like, no.
I just bought a toothbrush from Target and they asked if I wanted the extended warranty. And I was like, no.
What?
Like, I was like, no, thank you. If this stops working within 90 days, I'll just bring it back.
So here's what you should do. You should find out exactly what the warranty does and does not cover. And of course, I'm not going to do that.
No, you're not going to do it. Use that app you bought.
Check to see if your credit card offers warranty protection on purchases made with that card, too.
Interesting.
It does, and I probably have I know I don't have any idea what it provides.
She writes, when my household bought new kitchen appliances, we passed on the warranty for the oven, but we got the warranty for the refrigerator because its ice machine and other features will get heavy use and could require pricey repairs.
So I pick up a lot of our stuff, when people are throwing it out. I have a pickup truck, and I ride around and just I'll throw it in the back of the truck and try to make it work. And
there you go.
Yeah, save a lot of money.
All right, here's another thing. This is number 3 on the list of 14 things that we buy and never use. Filing cabinet. They take up space, and technology makes them obsolete.
Yeah.
So she says when we used to keep files for our utility accounts, taxes, warranties, and operating manuals, car repair receipts, the list goes on. But now, so much of what was once paperwork can be accessed digitally. These big cabinets are just taking up space.
My wife is still very analog when it comes to a lot of this stuff. So
Rochelle is too.
She uses her filing cabinet.
Yeah, we keep all of our tax information and tax receipts from the last decade.
Yeah.
And man, do they take up a lot of space.
They do.
I don't think you need that much time though, and like I think I read that in the last couple of years or whatever that you really only need to
5
keep them
years?
for like 5 or 6 years. Yeah,
Okay.
actually, I did a purge of tax files this past weekend, and they take up a lot of space. But
Don't you save a lot of time by not filing at all?
Yeah, most governments don't care.
Man, Rochelle is very particular about things like shredding and stuff like that.
Yes.
Oh, sure.
Like she will not throw stuff away. So we have mountains of paper that need to eventually be shredded.
Okay, so you don't have a wood burning fireplace. So you can just
no.
burn all that stuff in there.
You're not supposed to burn.
anyway.
You're not supposed to burn things that like different types of ink or different things that are printed. It'll emit gas. It's not good for you. Does she have the cross shredder? The one that will crosses that shreds in two directions.
I'm
Yes.
like,
I don't know. All I know
she
is
probably, if she's,
I guarantee you
she probably does.
Yeah.
I know that it can shred up paper clips and credit cards and things like that.
CDs and stuff like that.
Yeah, if you need to. All right, so anyhow, they recommend that you can scan your important documents and store them in the cloud.
You're not going to do that.
And save some space, I know. All right, so on to some other things. And here's a big one. Expensive home exercise equipment.
Yeah. I feel like no one ever uses that.
I do.
Treadmill, elliptical machine ends up as a glorified clothes rack, hogging up space. And if you simply must have a big, expensive exercise machine, here's a tip: buy it used. Plenty of other purchasers have trod this path before, and you are ready to dump their mistakes for cheap. They are ready to dump their mistakes for cheap.
Yeah.
One of the best purchases we ever made is we bought a used Precor elliptical machine, and it's like the workhorse of
That's
the
what
gym.
you use. That's your exercise.
And I've used it for 15 years and still use it.
And
it's
it holds
a great
up.
piece of machinery. Now, I have bought other things that have come and gone and just sit there and we need to get rid of.
The question is, you have to think of it in two terms. What kind of workout is it going to provide, and how well will it hold your shirts?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Like I bought, I was going to take a good run at trying to build this body up.
Yeah.
So I bought this weight machine. And it's a Mac Daddy. It's Kathy to quote your buddy that used to scream in the gym.
Come on, Mac Daddy!
And I used it, and I got my money's worth out of it, but I've gotten to the point where I can't do that hard of a workout because my shoulders are just susceptible to it.
And you love golf.
I need to get rid of it.
Yeah.
I need to get rid of it, and I don't know how to get rid of it.
Okay,
Wait,
so
didn't you post it? It's so no biters yet?
I haven't posted it. I didn't go through the process.
You should get an app that'll help you post it, Preston.
But it's big. It's big, and I need to get rid of it.
We bought,
and it's great.
Yeah, but according to this, you'll be able to get rid of it because if somebody buys it used, they're more likely to, or they should buy it used as opposed to new.
But they have to take it apart and haul it out. I'm not doing that.
I'm
not
doing what?
I ain't doing that.
Why don't you make sure it's on the premises when you do your gig over the weekend?
There you go. I'll bring it to mud in. So anyhow, that's something to really consider. Are you going to
use it? And honestly, that is very good advice because be honest with yourself.
All right, here's another thing, and we were victim to this as well. Cookbooks. Things that we buy but really don't use. There's a couple that we use, but we have tons of them.
Well, so online stuff has made that sort of right.
It's all there.
It's all online.
You just
right
ask.
there.
So Claire constantly is asking, Alexa, in the kitchen, we have one, the show, which has the screen on it. Give me a recipe for a pesto pasta.
Yep, or Food Network.
Yeah.
It's all right there. You got some of the best chefs around that have all the information for you from easy to difficult.
Books are stupid.
I think I'm old school when it comes to this because I still like the books.
You like the books?
Yeah,
okay.
Like Joy, but there's two. You don't need more than a Joy of Cooking. I actually use, and Steve, like just the converse to using the tech or whatever. I kind of like just having the page open to that recipe,
right.
Instead of like having to hit my phone every time that the screen's going to go off or whatever.
No, that's a good point.
So but that's just personal preference.
Yeah, so nonetheless, you can find plenty for free and online.
What about the classic little box with the index cards with recipes on it?
I have one of those.
Yeah.
And I do use it. My mom actually put all of her recipes in.
Those are usually the ones that are like, okay, now we're going to the box.
Family secret.
Yeah, my mom and my Aunt Mary.
Yep.
The meatballs.
All right. How about with the raisins?
That's what they used to call Aunt Mary. Yeah, we call it meatballs.
Hey, old Meatballs is coming over tonight.
Meatballs is coming over tonight.
No, Aunt Mary made the rum cookies and the rum balls.
Okay.
By the way,
rum balls.
If your mom is ever thinking about making some more meatballs,
all right.
Yeah.
I was a big fan.
Okay, good.
All right, going back to the gym equipment, gym memberships, also something that a lot of people buy and do not
Never
use.
use.
You have this beautiful piece of equipment at home. Why would you go to the gym?
I know somebody who paid for about 10 years and maybe went 5 times.
No kidding.
Are you
They
talking about
just
me?
kept paying. They just
No.
kept paying.
They just and it was like, I guess the monthly membership was so cheap that they kind of just thought, well, no, I'm going to get into it. I'm going to do it eventually. So they just kept it going.
What's like a ballpark membership?
Planet
cost?
Fitness is $10 a month.
$10 a month?
Yeah. And so
Mine is 25.
and the Y is like $100 a month.
They've come way down, Preston.
Really?
They've
The
come,
why?
No. Like gym memberships have come down because this whole trend of it being like $10 a month started. So like to compete with the people that were doing this, everybody dropped their prices. It's no longer that like $300 sign up and you're signed on for 10 years and you never quit.
They get you big time.
Yeah.
But especially if it's like an elite facility.
Yeah, like I don't know what Edge is because Edge is like new to the game.
It's a particular sex act.
It is the LA Fitness, and they have different levels of a club, and that's the other thing, Prez. You can either belong to a club for like $10 a month, or for a little bit extra, like a Planet Fitness, you could go to any Planet Fitness in the whole country.
Like we have one here in the building, but years ago I went.
Yeah.
It's insanely expensive.
That, Preston, and honestly, I couldn't figure out how to sign up.
Oh, really?
You can just go down. Nobody would even
it
know.
would have been easier to join Hogwarts than.
I just want to go down and use an elliptical or something.
Yeah,
like
I
that.
think our sales manager, Bill Burns, does it every day. Like that's his gym. He comes in and works out
Nick,
there.
it's not. He actually works out in Paganos and doesn't realize.
I don't know if they're there anymore, Nick. I think they closed when the pandemic happened. I don't know if
haven't
they
opened?
I don't know
Yeah, they
because
have.
Burns.
They're open. The gym in our building?
Are they?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. It's still there.
But I don't know if Burns goes there anymore. Is where I was going with
No,
that.
he works out at Paganos.
Yeah, man. Hang on. Let me go to Joe here. Hi, Joe. You're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, guys, boner alert.
Boner alert. What's up, buddy?
What's going on? About 5 years ago, I got the Planet Fitness. I got the black membership. I got the souped up membership. I have never been in the building.
What? So you paid for this, and are you still paying for it?
I'm still on it. I can't figure out how to cancel it.
Hey, you have to go in store. You have to go in store.
Joe, how much?
I've never been in.
Are you too embarrassed to go in because you have paid for it all these years and never worked out?
I'm in good shape. But I'm ready to go in and try to tell them that I tried to quit 4 years ago. See if I can get a rebate.
Joe, how much is the upscale membership that you have?
Yeah, I got the black card. So
How
I
much?
Can, $20 a month.
Okay, so twice the price of the $10 a month investment.
All right.
But I can use the tanning bed.
He can use the tanning beds.
It's a selling point. They
I don't know.
massage chairs too, right, Joe?
Yes, and a massage chair. But
Yeah.
but I am African American, so
There you go.
That's why I got the black membership.
right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, listen. Go take care of that, man. Finish it. Put it to an end. Go in and get it done.
All right. Next enrollment period.
All right.
It's not going to happen.
Thank you, Joe.
Call us back, Joe, when you cancel it.
But what Joe was just mentioning is the reason why a lot of people don't is because they went in, they got the big sale. Okay, here's your thing, here's your water bottle. We're going to do that. We'll see you soon. And then they are sort of they're embarrassed.
Well, and they think, okay, well, I'm not going to get that same deal, so I have to keep paying it.
Right.
Otherwise, if I do decide to go, I'm going to be paying, double the price
The
or
truth
whatever.
is, you'll get the same
You'll
deal.
get the same deal.
Yeah.
Exact same.
That's how they get
if
you.
not cheaper.
Yeah. In fact, you probably got taken for a ride.
All right, these are things that we buy and we never actually use. Here's another one on the list: planners and journals.
Oh, I used to love. I was a big write down in the planner. Like my week's activities or
Buy a journal.
No, I was never a journal person, but definitely my schedule for the week. When it switched over to the phone, I was like, I don't know if I can do this. I don't want to do this. I want it written in front of me, and eventually I did. But I loved those.
I use classic, so I handwrite a to-do list, like I'll do it here in the morning, and then I convert that over to a text document on my computer, so I've reminded myself of it, and that's my thing. An actual book, and software, the different programs that I use, I can use it, but just in a very basic way, that's how I remind myself. My dad has kept a journal for most of his life, like journals.
Oh, nice.
Oh, that's
and so
awesome.
when he recorded about, for 7 or 8 hours, he recorded his life on a digital recorder for us to have once he passes. He was able to kind of reference his own journals over the many years.
I wish I was diligent enough to do that because I might admire that. That's an impressive quality.
It was an older, I think it was a thing,
Sure.
that has passed.
You know who still keeps a planner, and obviously it's really effective, is Pierre.
Stop.
Oh, my God.
Where's my planner?
But it's color coded, and so like when he highlights something in green,
What does yellow mean?
Where am I going?
concerts, and then pink is work obligations or whatever. He tries. I give him credit for trying. It's just not that effective.
You know what else I had a hard time giving up was balancing my checkbook. Like I had it to a T, exact cent as to what was in there, and when that kind of everything was online, I was like, oh, I don't know. I would still write it down.
Okay.
Bill Weston has his. I mean, that's his work book, but it's
He does it. Yeah, you're
that's
right.
it, right? That's he comes in.
I want to say Chuck does too.
Yeah.
I think he's got a written down notes.
I think there is something with physically writing it down, and then again, as I say, I transfer it.
That's why my daily to-do list,
Right, yeah.
I write it down, and I got tired of using paper, so I bought one of those. It's called a boogie board.
Yes.
It's a digital, and I put that. I've got to hang it up right where I can see it when I walk into the kitchen. And I write down my things to do for the day, and I love marking them off.
There's
I love marking them off.
Company called Guess What I To Do.
Preston, except with the boogie board, it's just one little button. So, like, if you have a kid that just walks by and hits it, and you're like, there goes my whole list.
Well, there's a lock. You can put a lock on
is
it.
there?
So, yeah.
Oh, all right.
So I write everything down, and once I get it on there, I lock it.
all right.
And then
Remember
you can
to lock it.
I didn't know that.
And then no one can mess with that. So, all right, something else that we buy and never use, and I am totally behind this. I hate it when my wife gets things like this: single-use appliances, and I'll give you some examples. A hot dog toaster, a cotton candy cart, a cake pop maker, or an electric cake pan. We had like a fajita station, and come on, man.
I had a quesadilla maker.
Yeah. A quesadilla maker. Oh, you mean a frying pan? That's what you make quesadillas in.
And that's what I ended up using to make
Right.
the quesadillas was the pan, not the quesadilla maker that
Right.
I registered for.
But like when you walk through like a Williams and Sonoma,
you're like, ooh,
They look fun.
quesadillas.
Yeah, they look fun.
This
Use them
one
twice.
butters toast.
Yes.
What would I use? Well, how about a butter knife?
Yeah.
You know what, though? Yesterday, when I was searching through the Prime deals, I came across, and I think you have it, Casey. It was maybe a breakfast sandwich maker.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, maybe I want to get that. I didn't, but
So here's now this is a little more viable, Preston, because people make popcorn at home all the time.
Oh,
and I love popcorn.
I am.
So I misordered a popcorn popper. So I have a small one that I said, well, I'll just bring that into work that I haven't returned or done anything with. So I bought an oil one. You pour oil in the base and it stirs the kernels around and pops, and then you flip it over. So I got one of those. I'm like, God damn, yeah. Every time you do that, you got to clean that thing. The oil builds up, and then you have to put it in a bowl, and you have to clean the bowl. Okay, I'm getting a hot air popper now. So in the course of like 3 or 4 weeks, I bought 3 popcorn machines. Now they're cheap, which is fine.
between the two of you, you should bring in the extra items you've ordered from Amazon, and we could have like a yard sale.
Oh my
and
God.
donate them all.
Yeah.
Unbelievable
Listen,
how I just screw it up.
When is she listening? When Rochelle goes away, I just throw that stuff away. I just throw it away. I'm like, or go to Goodwill and drop it off.
You're like
I mean,
my mom.
Like we had like this multiple. I think it was, if I remember, it was a while ago. I got rid of it. It was like a multiple egg, hard boil egg boiler, something like that. So each egg had its own little cup.
I've seen them.
I'm like, yeah.
I know.
Put them all in a pot with water. It does the same thing.
There it is. It's up on the screen.
Yes! I'm like, seriously.
Wait,
you boil water and you put 6 eggs in the pot. All right?
But sometimes they like hit each other and they crack.
Dear God,
They
what
have
do I
the
do
cracks.
now?
What do
They
you-
crack, and then you're all out of
What am I
going
going to do?
What are you driving cross country while you're making eggs? The eggs are colliding with themselves?
So anyway, And they take up space. That's the thing. Single-use appliances.
That's the problem. That's the problem I
Yep.
have. I love all
Take
these.
up
I think
space.
they're great, but I would need like a whole garage to store it all.
All right, here's a few other things. We got to break shortly because we're going to go on Fox Good Day. Travel accessories. These are things that we buy and never use. It says there's no need for fancy passport covers, money belts, and packing cubes. If you have a smartphone, you don't need foreign language dictionaries or paper maps. The fewer things you take with you, the easier the trip. So makes sense.
Claire was going on a trip, and I bought her one of those things that it seemed like a new thing. They were advertising it, and it was like the strap around your neck with a little, like a pouch that and she goes, "Oh, that's awesome. If I'm 90,
hang your passport and stuff in."
That. So you don't like that, hon, I guess.
Although the packing cubes can be good, keep you organized, right? Yeah. Okay. Souvenirs in general. You guys souvenir buyers?
I get
used to
magnets.
be.
No.
You get what?
I like magnets.
Magnets. I
Yeah,
used to buy
I like
magnets.
maggots.
I don't do those anymore.
Shot glasses for a long stretch.
Yeah, I did that as well.
Yeah.
I'm over that. I got rid of
Dildos.
it. I got tired
Right.
of collecting that stuff. But it says, who needs a souvenir keychain, refrigerator, magnet, or coffee mug? Inexpensive treats like jam and scone mix made with local fruit can be better.
Ooh, scone mix.
I do. Yes, I bought some in Maine. I bought some blueberry
This
scone,
scone mix is from Kuwait. What?
Oh, yeah.
That doesn't make sense.
It's not even kind of thing. It's not, scones aren't from Kuwait.
But it says the best souvenirs, your photos and memories are the cheapest. But I do like bringing back some food, something that will get used as of stuff instead of stuff that's just laying around all the time.
These lo mein fixins are from Vancouver. What?
I do. I try to do an accessory that will last me a while, like as opposed, because I like to go shopping.
Yeah.
Also, while I'm away, so like shoes, a belt, a purse, something
Okay.
like that. That's going to last me years, and it's not going to be worn out after one season.
I'll do a shirt, something that says, okay, I was there, or something along those lines, and that's about it.
It's a fun thing, honestly, and I got it again from my wife. But she travels. I stay home and take care of the animals. But one of those large maps that are all the rage now, where you put the push pins
Oh,
in where
yeah,
you visited.
I like those.
I have one of those.
And I thought, is this a hacky thing to get? She loves it because it has, you put in different colored pins for where you want to go and where you've been.
Yeah.
It looks like an old nautical map, and people always gravitate towards it when they see it.
You made up for that passport thing.
Yeah,
you
the
got
passport
there.
thing, so it's a
All right, couple more
bad
quick
call.
ones. Things we buy and never use. This is for Prime Day as you're surfing and you see a great deal. Think about whether you use it or not. Over-the-top camping equipment. This is not
I
relate
am
to you,
out on
Kathy.
this.
Yeah,
All right.
we don't have to worry about this segment, Kathy.
All right, so it says things you can camp comfortably without this stuff, like a s'mores maker, a Keurig single-service coffee maker, or a cool headlamp for the midnight trek to the bathroom.
There's-
a flashlight will do just fine.
There's a great camping accessory. It's called a hotel room.
Wait, what's great is that you were like, I don't have to worry about it, except I have the s'more maker.
You couldn't use a stick.
Preston, you can use it inside. We can make s'mores inside the
Those aren't
house.
s'mores.
Just get tuck-ins.
Those don't count.
Tuck-ins are self-contained.
No,
don't
but
count.
the tuck-ins, they need a good flame.
Yeah, that would help.
I'm just saying, the little s'more maker I have,
What do
we
you
can do like at the kitchen table.
Okay.
It's wonderful. Come on, kids, let's not do this.
Another item, specialized sports equipment. It says, introducing new sports in your life is a great health boost, but you can maybe be able to get along with borrowing or renting specialty items until you are a serious contender. Because if you get into a sport, all of a sudden it's like, okay, well, you need all this stuff if you're going to really play it. But maybe you start off small and then figure out if you really like it and then buy the more,
Go to that MMA rental place.
Right, the higher quality stuff. And then finally, it says frivolous pet purchases.
Oh,
Doggy dental hygiene gel, microwavable heated bed pads, and other specialty items, pet Halloween costumes, and 90% of their toys.
That you're almost just talking to yourself, because pet owners traditionally will spend money on the craziest stuff and will continue. It's
like buying for babies.
It's crazy.
Same thing.
Yeah.
Just real quick, I bought yesterday a cat brush that you hit a button and it pops out the
hair.
the hairball. So
Okay.
we'll see if that works.
All right, let us know. We'll get back to the review. All right, just thought this was interesting for those who are on a
It is
purchasing
interesting.
spree right now. Just things that we buy and almost never use are going to go to waste. It can seem kind of fun or interesting at first, but keep that in mind as you're purchasing. And I apologize to those of you on hold that I did not get a chance to get to, but we did have to move along and get all this information out and get ourselves ready for our Fox Good Day. Did I just say that?
I think
Hold on a
so.
second.
Yeah, I think you might want to.
I mispronounced the word fox, and it sounded vulgar.
That's what we
It
call
is a
them
good
over
day.
here.
It is a good day.
By the way, those of you who are on hold, hang on, and we'll give you some screening passes for Nope, the Jordan Peele experience.
Nice.
IMAX screening. It's an advanced IMAX screening.
Our movie.
Tuesday, July 19th, UA King of Prussia. So we'll set you up with that. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back with Fox
Right.
Good Day when we return to And the Bizarre File. Stay there.
Preston and Steve.
Discussion for a moment about weird phone lines.
Yeah.
I remember. Yeah, well, what was it?
It was you.
Yeah, there was a number we used to call that would just, and it was something stupid to do as a kid. That when you would call it, it would dial or it would ring once and then it would pick up and it would go. I mean, over and over, nonstop.
It had to be like maybe for service guys working on the lines, like a calibration thing.
Maybe that was
something like that.
Something along
and you
those
happened
lines.
upon it.
And no, but the reason I brought this up is because Steve came across now. One of the things is not just free phone lines like the time and temperature and 800 PHL gate. There was a time in history where the 900 exchange was quite popular,
Yeah.
and those were paid phone calls. You mentioned celebrity ones.
Yeah, we have a couple of
Here,
them.
you ready for
that-
this one?
Yeah, which one you have?
There we go.
Audio Entertainment presents pop music's new sensation, Paula Abdul.
Call me, I've got news you can use.
Straight up, she's going to tell you
Straight
everything.
up. Straight up, man.
You straight up call her now.
She'll tell you where she had her nose done.
And you should, because opposites attract.
Call 1-900-909-1800 now.
Call me twice and I'll send you an autographed picture.
You and Paula together. Just $2 the first minute, 45 cents each extra minute. Kids ask your parents' permission. Paula's on a rocket to stardom.
Call me now and find out why.
Pick up the phone. Call 1-900-909-1800.
We're watching the video. She was hot back in the day, man.
What if you called her up, though?
Yeah, what do you want?
Yeah. Look.
Paul, I'm a big fan. Yeah, great. You want a picture or what?
All right, here is here's another music one for you guys. There we go.
Audio Entertainment presents Warren.
Yeah, we like to rock and roll. We like to do a lot of other things too.
Call the Warren.
Yeah, we like to rock and roll. We like to do a whole bunch of other things, too.
Like what?
Like, I don't know, like walk around, eat food, look at TV sometime.
Yeah?
Sleep. Yeah, it's the Rock's lifestyle, man. My buddy has a car. We'll drive around in it.
A car?
Yeah, car.
Kind of car.
4 wheels. Steering wheel. Got it all, man.
All right, let me play it from the beginning.
Manual windows, CD player. Not at this time, right?
Not that, though. It would have been a cassette player.
Record player?
Yeah.
Back seat, it skips a lot because, you hit bumps.
All right, here we go.
Audio Entertainment presents Warren.
Yeah, we like to rock and roll. We like to do a lot of other things too.
Call the
Yeah.
Warren.
We like to rock and roll. We like to do a whole bunch of other things, too. Just lest you think we're just very narrow and just do rock and roll. We do our banking and stuff, too. Grocery shop.
Yeah, we like to rock and roll. We like to do a lot of other things too.
Call the Warren Rock Line.
We'll give you the warm, hard facts on our personal lives. Our fans always.
Warm, hard facts. Just like our units, like our penises.
Yeah.
Come first.
Just $2 the first minute, 45 cents each additional minute. Kids ask your parents' permission. You'll get the latest on tours, videos.
And what town we blew up last?
Call and hear a new message every day.
What town we blew up last?
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Hang on.
And what town we blew up last?
Call and hear a new message every day. Learn how you can leave your personal message from Warren.
Or anything else you've got on your mind. Call us and find out what goes on behind tour bus doors.
Oh, let me tell you, last time we blew up, New Haven, Connecticut.
Yeah, we like to rock and roll. We like to do a lot of other things too.
And they probably made a ton of money off their 900 number.
Last town, Little Rock, Arkansas, man, blew it up.
Wow.
Well, it's actually still there. It's just figurative speech. People, that's some of the stuff we do other than rock and roll.
Figures of speech?
Yeah. Actually, my father burned down his carpet business for insurance money. I don't even know why I just said that. That would be in the list of other things we do besides rock and roll. We make huge mistakes that will send our family members to jail. That was stupid. Learn about more stupid things we do by calling that number.
Oh, my God.
Call it twice and I'll let you know what happens behind closed tour bus doors. We're sleeping. Because been on tour where we blew up Little Rock and New Haven. I guess I'm sort of in a loop here. I should have written down some notes. Initially, this had a whole thing.
Little Rock and New Haven?
Blew them up. Don't even look for them on a map, man. White them out. Warrant.
Yeah.
It's a shame about your dad.
Yeah, that was a huge mistake.
The inventor of the vibrator actually heard a voice that said, if you build it, they will come.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
It was amazing.
Wow.
It's like Field of Dreams.
I know. It's just like
Field
that,
of
isn't it?
Screams, Preston.
Same thing that ended up happening with this particular thing we're about to do. It was a dream we had. The dream has been realized, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for the Brickyard 500. In the corner of the Preston and Steve studios stands a track that is ready to receive racing apparatus. It is called the Brickyard, and the 500 comes from the $500 in cash that we're going to be giving away. All right, Nick is on location at the track, which is about 8 feet away from where I am right now.
We can see him from our vantage point, which is 8 feet away.
You guys are up in the sky booth.
Yes, we are.
How is the weather trackside, Nick?
That's beautiful out. You should see it from down here, Preston. It is gorgeous out, and
You're close to the track, and I got to say, I have to imagine it looks pretty spectacular from where you are.
perfect conditions for racing.
Yeah.
All right, so let's meet our racers, if that's cool. We're going to start with our first one, and then we'll explain how the race is going to happen. Let's go and meet Aaron. Hey, Aaron, how are you?
I'm going to race the Duracell Pink Nightmare today.
Oh, my God. Now, let me tell you something. What I'm looking at there, if I was into this stuff, I'd get that sucker. That looks like it does everything.
I'm fairly certain this will break concrete.
Hey, Aaron, is that a jackrabbit?
It's something, all right. I have a jackhammer. I don't know.
All right, nice to go. All right, and let's meet our lone male contestant this morning. This is Michael. Hey, Michael.
Wow.
How you doing, man?
Hey, from Newtown Square, and today I'm riding the purple pocket power pen.
Purple pocket power pen.
Purple power pocket pen.
Now,
purple pocket power pen.
It's really, the fact that you can say that quickly is pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Preston, do you know the story? They are one and only male, and we said, the question went out, do you actually use this? Well, I'll ask you, do you actually use this?
Yes, I do.
Is it used in the back door?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. We got
prostate stimulation.
Okay. Oh! We don't need all the specifics on that.
To be honest, I wanted to know too.
Yeah,
I wanted to know too.
Okay.
Why don't we talk to the next contestant?
Let's go to our next contestant. Our next contestant is the lone anonymous contestant, and she's actually wearing a mask. We have a stormtrooper helmet on.
Yes.
Did she bring that, or is that ours?
I think that's ours, and we want to welcome Miss X. Good morning, Miss X.
Good morning, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. All right, and tell us a little bit about what you have there. Do you have a name for your vehicle?
This is the Powerful Purple Rocket.
Another purple
And
thing. Okay.
just letting you know, this is my mask.
This is your
mask.
Okay, fair
You're
enough.
a badass.
How confident do you feel in winning this race?
I think this thing's pretty powerful.
Okay.
So I think this is going to be no competition.
Okay.
All right.
Hey, Rachel.
Hi, everyone. My name's Rachel.
Nice to meet you. And
Hi.
Rachel, what do you have there? What's your vehicle?
I call this is what I came for.
This is what I came for. That's a perfect name.
I like it.
I don't want to handicap the race, but I think this one is going to come in dead last.
I think so too.
Because of the shape of it.
It's not.
It's not designed for racing. It may be designed for pleasure, but
right. It may not go anywhere. We'll find out in just a moment. And then last but not least, our final contestant is Valerie. Welcome, Valerie.
Hi there. My apparatus is the purple banana.
The purple banana.
The
And purple
Purple seems to be the color of self-violation.
4 of the 5.
Yeah.
Nice. What we're gonna do is, I tell you what, ladies, start your dildos. Ladies, start your dildos. Are the races ready? Yeah. All right, Marissa, in 3, 2, 1, let's go racing. And they're on their way. Wow, one has jumped out. Nix, whose is that?
That's the middle track, race number 3. That's Miss X. Oh, no, it's Michael.
It's Michael.
The lone man. Oh, the abomination.
Oh my God, the man way out in front.
The giant pink one hasn't even left the starting line.
He's just sitting there spitting out of control, not moving at all.
Michaels is almost
He's
to
almost
the end.
almost to the end, almost to the end.
Ladies and gentlemen, from race number 1, we have a winner.
Oh my God! And let me tell you something.
Okay.
Here. They laughed when they said, "Oh, a guy's going to be a part of this."
I know.
They said, "Hey, really?"
Yeah.
And remember, we were mocked. We were actually people would point to us when we walk out in public.
Yeah.
You're actually going to let a man in this? Dominate.
All right, are all the racers ready?
Yes, indeed.
And 3, 2, 1, let's race. And they're off.
Oh, it's a much closer race.
Oh! Michaels is headed out to a huge lead. I can't see it all, Nick. You're going to have to describe what's going on.
Michaels is out to a big lead once again, Preston, although there is one in the...
7 years old. When they asked her what's the key to a long life, she said, are you ready?
Yeah, sure.
Never get married and don't have kids. I agree with her.
I could see that being a stress reliever, maybe.
She's 107.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 107.
All right. Yeah. Well, there's certain stress elements to that. I have to see what this woman looks like, and so I know whether that not getting married was her decision or just the general.
Well, she doesn't look exactly like Britney Spears anymore.
Oh my gosh. But don't they say it might be harder on women, but for men, because women live longer, well, usually, don't they live longer?
Yes, women statistically, yeah.
And men, if you're married, it helps you live longer because you got a woman around helping you out. That was back in the day.
Yeah, that discrepancy is shrinking, though.
Yeah. So where do they? Did she mention prostitutes as far as?
She actually is a prostitute.
Oh, well, there you go.
There you go.
Yeah. But just got into that in the last 5 years.
But here's the thing, Mike, and we don't have to reveal, how long you've been hanging around, but you live alone. Is that your secret?
Oh, there's no way. Yes. I got divorced right after I wasn't married very long, 9 years. And then I've lived alone ever since.
And you believe that will eventually lead to your longevity. You feel that you're better off because you don't have these things. Okay, all right.
I'm still able to do this show every morning because I didn't remarry and have more kids.
Okay, now we don't have kids, but I am married, 25 years. So I get up early as well. And I believe it's an enhancement to my life. Now, whether I die early, who knows? But I think it's an embellishment. Preston, I know your wife is listening, so you better say this as well, that it's an embellishment, correct?
I love her with all my heart, and I would have died years ago had we not been married.
There we go.
Now, listen, I want to go to the kids thing, though. But, I mean, I understand, yes, the stresses of having children obviously can weigh on you, and maybe physically that, maybe blood pressure, I don't know what that can add to all that. But one has to consider the overwhelming amount of love you get as well.
It's true.
And maybe they balance things out. I'm not really sure.
Oh, I get an overwhelming amount of love.
And someone to take care of you, right?
I hope.
Oh, stop.
I'm not going to count on it, but,
Oh, my gosh.
So you feel that you are sufficiently loved, Mike?
Oh, yes, yeah.
Okay.
He's not hurting.
But you have...
Alex loves me.
You have kids, though.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, I do have 2 kids. I got married in college and had kids right away. So my kids are, I can now relax. I worried about my kids their entire young life.
Right.
But now that they're out on their own and have their own children, I totally have relaxed about that. They both have fantastic lives.
So real quick, I have to ask Alex, are you with this advice? Are you going to continue to live your footloose and fancy-free lifestyle and single and no kids and tearing it up, Hey,
I mean, I'm liking the way my life is now, so now this is just reassurance.
You don't want to just settle down and have 9 or 10 kids and, do the whole thing?
Live to 60?
I mean, yeah, sure, I'd like to be married one day, but
Okay.
until I find that person, I'm perfectly fine with the way things are.
Okay.
Good luck.
All right.
But also, working with people who have kids, it's the best birth control. Because the way they talk about it, I get a real view, honestly.
There you go.
I'm not going to complain, yeah.
Thank you, guys.
All right, thank
guys,
you.
We'll see you later. All right, sorry we had to jump right into that, but we were pressed for TV time. So with that, we got to get a look at traffic. So why don't we dive right into that, Kathy? What's going on so far this morning?
Schuylkill Expressway now stopped westbound from the boulevard all the way out to Conshohocken. There's an accident. It is off to the shoulder. Actually, it's a disabled vehicle. It's off to the shoulder, but it's causing a lot of attention here. So just keep that in mind. That's why you're sitting in that traffic. But both lanes are open. Eastbound on the Schuylkill Expressway, that's slow from the boulevard to Spring Garden. 95 southbound. Jams from Cotman through to Bridge. Once you get to the Vine, westbound, that's slow 8th to Broad, the Ben Franklin Parkway, to the Schuylkill Expressway. On the Blue Route, northbound, 95 to McDade Boulevard, you have delays there. And then also from Baltimore Pike to the Media Bypass, southbound, from Ridge Pike to the Schuylkill, Route 1 to Media. In New Jersey, 55 northbound, jams north of Deptford to the 42 freeway. This traffic report brought to you by AAA Car Care Center. For 6 days only, get $40 off any service or repair of $150 or more, July 11th through the 16th only at your neighborhood AAA Car Care Center. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
B-File this morning brought to you by Dry Tech Waterproofing Solutions. You can protect your home from water damage, cracks in your foundation, and mold with Dry Tech Waterproofing Solutions. Preston and Steve listeners, you get 15% off when you mention our show, so make sure you go to drytechcorp.com. All right, so, this story.
All right, I like it already.
There's been some really good stories this week in the B-File. An Oklahoma man was arrested for killing a fellow noodler. You know what noodling is?
Yes.
Where you catch catfish with your hands.
Yeah.
Like those giant catfish.
Oh, yeah.
in your hands.
There was the Discovery Channel show about a noodler.
So that's not the interesting part. So he was arrested for killing a fellow noodler, claiming that the killing was related to a Bigfoot summoning.
All right, let's hear him out.
Okay, let's hear the
Bigfoot
man out.
summoning. Now, you were summoned by Bigfoot or
No.
a collection of people summoned together to search for Bigfoot?
Larry Sanders, by the way.
Right,
is
from
his
the
name.
TV show.
From the TV show.
Yeah.
No, Larry Sanders, not the... Okay, so Larry Sanders and Jimmy Knighton were noodling in the South Canadian River when a fight broke out between them. Sanders reportedly hit and strangled Knighton. Now, Sanders appeared to be under the influence of something, said the sheriff, John Christian. And he said his statement was that Mr. Knighton had summoned Bigfoot to come and kill him.
No!
And that's why he had to kill Mr. Knighton.
Well, it was self-preservation.
Yeah. He called him Bigfoot. And Sanders was initially...
Are you Mr. Sanders? I'm looking for you.
Sanders was initially
God
arrested
damn, your feet are big.
on an outstanding warrant and booked into the county jail. And then on July 10th, authorities found Knighton's body and charged Sanders with murder in the first degree.
However, on his phone, they found that he was texting with the Loch Ness Monster.
Oh.
So it looked like double hits going on there.
So maybe.
Yeah.
I got to believe the Loch Ness Monster wins that
Going to
one.
win
Beats
a
Bigfoot.
plesiosaur against. Yeah, absolutely.
Police have released video footage of a suspect accused of committing an indecent act along a trail in Aurora this past weekend. Police said that the female was sitting on a bench along a trail on Saturday when the suspect just emerged from a wooded area without any clothes on. Sounds kind of like Bigfoot.
It is pretty wild.
It is alleged that the suspect approached the victim, committed an indecent act, and then ran back into the forested area.
We're talking like an entertainment act or some sort of thing provocatively sexual.
I think he was spanking it.
Okay.
He is described...
And now for my next trick.
He is described as white and 55 to 65 years old.
Pick a card.
He was wearing a baseball hat and boots, but was otherwise naked. Investigators released an image and a video link of the suspect and are appealing for the public to identify.
So is one led to believe that he was there in the brush with the cowboy boots and the hat on naked, waiting for someone to sit on that bench?
Maybe so.
And she comes.
It just
finally
out. Yes, she's perfect.
God almighty, it's been 3 days.
All right, a 71-year-old Toronto man died after his golf cart went into a large pond at a golf course in north of Toronto. The incident happened at Diamondback Golf Club, and according to the regional police, a witness contacted them to report seeing a golf cart being driven into a pond. A body was recovered from the pond, and police said it was not clear if the person was a worker or a patron.
How deep are those ponds usually?
I don't usually think they're that deep. I'm wondering if it, if if the vehicle rolls on you and you get pinned
Possibly,
underneath it.
yeah.
But I don't know.
That seems kind of hard. Have you seen the? I don't know if all golf courses use them, but they have this device that is like a spinning thing with different tracks on it that they pull through the pond, and it pulls out all the golf balls. It's really cool.
The golf course that I go to regularly actually hires a diver.
A diver,
to go out and get them. Yeah. Investigators are asking anyone with information to contact them. A family in South Saskatchewan is facing both a financial and emotional loss after 28 of their cattle were struck and killed by lightning.
It's an utter catastrophe.
Of course it is, yes. Glenn Briere, the farm owner, said through tears,
it's also a popular cheese.
It's probably the worst thing I've ever seen on the farm. Is Danny Briere from Saskatchewan? I wonder if they're related.
I think he's French-Canadian.
Okay. He said, when I got there, it made me sick to my stomach to see what I'd seen. Briere is a fourth-generation farmer. His family was...
Hi, I'm Bigfoot. I'm here to help.
His family farm was established in 1912. Glenn and his wife were out of town over the weekend. His brother-in-law was checking on the cows on Sunday morning. He made the discovery there were 14 cows, 13 calves, and one herd sire dead along a fence in their pasture.
Oh, that sucks.
Glenn said the lightning most definitely hit the fence. Many of the animals can be seen in a video intertwined with the fence. Yeah, it's pretty wild. We're looking at the footage.
That's so sad.
Yeah.
Sucks.
Glenn said
so cute.
Some appear to have been struck and blown away from the fence.
I was totally blown away.
And they're apparently still in shock over this.
Yeah.
Shock.
They lost a lot of money in this, but they're more upset about losing the cattle, but they are thankful that no human beings were injured.
This is probably insensitive, but can you still eat cattle that have been killed by lightning?
I maybe right after they're dead, but not after they're laying there for a little while. You can't. All right, and then one more interesting story here on the B-File. Steve, you'll like this. A gang set up a fake Indian Premier League cricket tournament with farm laborers acting as players to dupe Russian bettors in a betting scam reminiscent of the 1973 film The Sting.
What? Absolutely.
So they made up a fake horse race.
The whole damn
in The
thing.
Sting.
Yeah.
And these guys made up a fake Indian Premier Cricket League. And it reached the quarterfinal stage before the racket was busted by police in India. The tournament began 3 weeks after the actual IPL concluded in May, but that proved no hindrance to the gang, which said they leased a remote farm. They installed a cricket pitch complete with boundary lines.
It looks completely authentic.
And halogen lamps, and the inspector said besides the accused had set up high-resolution cameras on the ground and used computer-generated graphics to display scores on a live streaming screen. The gang allegedly hired laborers and unemployed young people, paying them per game and broadcast the matches live on a YouTube channel called IPL. Players took turns to wear jerseys of the Chennai Super Kings, the Mumbai Indians, and the Gujarat Indians. And they acted on the instructions of the Russian-based mastermind. So
this is best cricket match ever.
So crowd noise sound effects were downloaded from the internet on a speaker with a knack for mimicking one of the IPL's real Indian commentators was used to make the tournament appear authentic. At the same time, the camera operator made sure the entire ground was not shown, beaming close-ups of the players instead, and they fell for it.
It's amazing.
So apparently Russians were lured into betting their rubles on a Telegram channel set up by the gang, who would then alert the fake umpire on the pitch using walkie-talkies, and they would signal the bowler or the batsman and what they had to do in order to make the bets go their way.
It's a massive undertaking.
Isn't that funny?
And did you give an estimate as to how much was...
they didn't indicate. It said the accused had received a first installment of more than 300,000 rupees. It's not a ton of American dollars, but it's enough for them to scam.
Yeah,
So
sure.
I thought it was pretty interesting. And there you go. That is what I have in the bizarre file for you at this point in time. Don't forget, we have a secret text word today. It's your chance to win tickets as MMR presents Highly Suspect at the Franklin Music Hall. That's October 8th. And tickets go on sale Friday, by the way, at 10 a.m. at AXS.com. There's a pre-sale tomorrow. And you can click concerts at WMMR.com for the password. But in the meantime, text the word secret to 39333, and we will see if you win by the end of the program today. We're going to take a break, come back in a second. A good friend, Derek Pitts, chief astronomer at the Franklin Institute, will be joining us. Some really cool stuff going on in regards to space exploration and, of course, at the Franklin Institute. So we'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
believe he's going to take heat number 2.
Valerie looks like she's in second place there.
Heat number 2 once again goes to Michael.
Oh, he is dominating.
He's off the track.
Wow. All right, and the ladies have started them up again. And ladies and gentlemen. All right, Nick, are they in place?
They're in place, Preston.
All right, final heat of the Brickyard 500 in 3, 2, 1. Let's race. And they are off.
Wow, this one's off to a closer start than any of the races thus far.
There's a crash.
Yeah, it looks like we do have some rubbing going on, and rubbing's racing, especially when you're really rubbing it hard.
Rubbing to the point of being chafed, Preston.
Yeah, it's rubbing is something you can expect.
Oh, who's out there? Who took a lead?
It looks
Michael.
Michael.
Michael's
Once
out in
again.
front again.
You are the man.
Wow, Rachel's has crossed lanes, but we got another winner. Michael just again crossed the finish line.
Unbelievable. Earnhardt of dildos.
Yeah, our number 1 winner by far. 15 points, way out in front, undisputed champion of the Brickyard 500. It's Michael. Hey, friend, you're a smart shopper. You know this, right? Window Nation. And I want to mention this because if you're a short smop,
If you're a short smop,
smopper.
I think any short smop knows a savings when they see it.
I think we've lost Casey. Smart shopper is what I meant.
Yes.
The best time to purchase a car or home is when the interest rates are at their lowest and you save a lot of money. What if I told you, Shart Smopper, that my friends at Window Nation are offering 0% financing on all windows for 5 full years?
Listen, you don't have to be a sharp smopper to know that that's a great deal, especially because if you have a lot of windows. My wife and I just signed up with Window Nation. We have a lot of windows to replace, and they are going to do a great deal for us. They are absolutely the experts.
And you are a sharp smopper.
I am a sharp smopper.
Free windows as well right now. For every 3 windows you buy, you get 2 additional windows for free. There's no limit on this. Call Window Nation today. Get your new windows installed just in time for the holidays. Go with the team that's installed over 350,000 windows and was ranked recently 5th in the nation for window replacement. 0% interest for 5 full years and 2 free windows for every 3 you buy. 866-90Nation or windownation.com. That's 866-90Nation or windownation.com. Tell them that Preston and Steve sent you.
All kinds of rock.
The one and only Mr. Michael Ian Black.
Yes.
Hello.
How are you, Michael?
I am blown away by the traffic report. Just watching you do it live to me is unbelievable. Just a string of words just blazing out of your mouth. Just words. You say them with such confidence. Even though you're reading it, you're clearly reading it from a screen.
Yes.
You have all the information in front of you. I don't know how you do that.
Well, thank you.
You will be amazed at how many people, I mean, and we're talking top-level actors and directors, sit there in awe of Kathy's traffic abilities.
It's amazing to see that.
Politicians who
even
speak for a living
politicians
have commented on that. And your screen over there, by the way, I couldn't do it. It's not all verbatim. She kind of just gives basic information.
Much of it is wildly inaccurate, but it does present nicely.
Oh, I never find traffic reports accurate at all.
You want to try it? Do you want to go over to her
yes.
screen? Do you really?
Okay, pull up a screen.
Okay, go over there to Kathy's.
I think Michael impresses me as someone with a very competent ability.
So
here.
you're just going from here to where? All the way down?
Well,
Did you
no,
read
I don't.
all of that?
I don't
She
go,
picks out.
Yeah, like I'll pick out. I don't do everything, and I don't go in.
Which to how do you know? Like, how do you even prioritize Pennsylvania Turnpike? What WB? What does that mean? Westbound. Okay. Pennsylvania Turnpike, westbound west of Willow Grove. That's exit 343 to Fort Washington. Backed up 12 minutes. I can't do it.
He's gone. He's out.
I'm just staring at it. Where this one?
Yeah.
Over on the Vine Street Expressway, I-676, westbound between I-95 and Broad Street, an accident that has been cleared away. We did have a 2-minute delay, so you might want to watch out. I don't know.
That was good.
Not bad.
That was not bad.
The amount of panic I felt in that moment.
It's pretty good.
The stress of that. How long did it take you to learn how to do that?
You know what? Still learning. The first time I ever did it, I was on TV, and it was
probably the worst experience I ever had.
All right, that makes me feel better that you're just not a natural at it.
I had the weather guy at the time over at the station I was working for called me afterwards, and he was like, "Look,
you're through in this business."
No, he goes, "It happens to all of us. Get past it and make sure your next one is better." And I did, and it helped because I was mortified. Fortunately, it was 4 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
But still, I was.
Well, that's the time to train.
4 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
Clearly.
Right.
You know what always amazes me though with that skill set is the people who do the weather reports and have just the green screen and are pointing at things. I could not do that. I have no.
But there's a logic
ability.
to that there isn't to the track. If you can see the weather just to the side on the monitor, and you're a trained meteorologist, you can understand that certain symbols mean certain things. But if you're just looking at a string of words like you are, somehow you have to make sense of that and assimilate it on the spot. Look. What I do is brilliant. Let's not mince words. What I do is genius on a level that you can only imagine. But what you do is a skill that probably anybody can.
You know what, Michael? You know what? The worst part.
In a way, that was a very touching compliment.
Was that a compliment?
The worst part about traffic is when you're waiting to hear the traffic and you're waiting to hear the road that you have to either avoid or get on. And then you space out, and you're like, "Oh my God,
you missed it."
What did she just say? She just said my road, and I wasn't paying attention.
That happens with me with the weather report. The one day that I'm looking to have the information for is the day I invariably glaze over and don't listen to.
Right. Well, there exists now, or maybe it's just coming online, technology where you can plug what you want into, apparently it's your telephone.
Exactly right.
And then it will actually tell you what the weather forecast is going to be. And if you miss it, you can do it again.
We are creatures of habit, and so we end up like you default back to a kid waiting to see if your school is closed.
That's right.
It's all
Michael, do you live in Los Angeles?
I live in the Connecticut section of Los Angeles.
The Connecticut section of Los Angeles.
Connecticut is a little further east.
Very East LA.
Furthest most eastern town or state in California.
Well, let me ask you then: how did Michael Ian Black, little Michael Ian Black, who's growing up on the shores of Connecticut, California, how did you end up in entertainment? What was the path that led you there?
I, as a very young person, I was 9 years old, and I was sent away to summer camp, and I did a play there. I don't know why. I think because there was a girl I had a crush on.
Of course.
Who was doing the play.
What camp were you at? Tecumseh?
It was not called Tecumseh. It was called Camp Najiwa.
Okay.
A Jewish camp with an Indian name. And
that's so unique.
It has a better ring than like Camp
Comanche
Shivowitz or something. It's just
Camp Shivowitz. Well, it's the joke because that's where the Indians send their kids.
Camp Cavalli.
And then I did it, and then I came home that summer, and I was like, Mom, I'm going to be an actor.
Yeah.
And then, she was like, whatever, because I was 9. But then I never wavered from that. So I'm now living the life choices made by somebody who could not tie his own shoes.
But it's interesting because you're a writer, you're a performer, you've directed. You have these sort of things that present themselves to you. Like my focus was originally going to be television and try to do the radio came along. I'm like, oh, this is what I've been looking for. This is great. But I think the thing that I've found with many people is that, and we've said it time and time again on the show, at a certain point, you say, am I going to do this? And then you eliminate safety nets and just go for it.
Well, I never gave myself the safety net to begin with.
Okay.
I think most parents encourage their kids to, get a degree in something or have some kind of backup plan. And I knew that if I did that, it would be too easy to do the backup plan and not do the thing that I wanted to do. So my feeling is that when I started, everybody said, show business seemed like an impossible way to make a living. I didn't know anybody in show business. Nobody in my family was in. It just didn't. It seemed so remote. But crazily enough, as I've gotten older and into the business economy has changed, people in creative professions in a strange way have an advantage because we're used to hustling, we're used to doing stuff, and these jobs, at least so far, can't be outsourced. So in a weird way, like my profession is more stable than the professions that were stable when I was a kid.
It's more merit-based. It's more,
well,
that makes sense.
In my case, not so much merit. It's just the fact that I'm gorgeous.
Yeah, it's just the sheer...
I mean, I guess that's merit in its own way.
Yeah,
but I'm just gorgeous. So I've just been very fortunate. Just in terms of my cheekbones, I've been very fortunate.
Yeah. Jackie Bam Bam, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right.
Yeah, there's a little delay, but I'm here. Take a look at this guy. Can you see him?
By the way,
Friday the 13th. Hi, Michael. Whoa.
It's Halloween, and it's Michael Myers.
And then we have a chain-wielding maniac from the Bates Motel, and actually two of them. One of them has a scarecrow mask on, another one has just a psychotic-looking face. So, Jackie, they look like they're ready to go, man.
Can you smell the gasoline from here? I'm ready to play with some dangerous toys. I'm ready.
He's so into this.
Jackie?
We're going into the house right now.
Okay.
Damn
now,
it.
we heard that our birthday boy
might be awake, so we have to go with a different tactic.
Okay.
Oh, no. Okay. Okay, you guys ready, Jackie?
Here we go.
All right.
On 3.
Go ahead.
Everybody ready. 1, 2, 3.
There's nobody in the bedroom. There's no one in the bedroom. Are they in the wrong room?
Did he go? How did he work on
Wait.
He was supposed to be here. We had scouts.
Don't drop the F-bomb, please.
There's nobody in the bedroom.
Amazing.
There's absolutely no one in the bedroom.
Go to the bathroom. I think he's taking a piss.
His bed is made.
Let's go in the bathroom. He might be.
Yeah, he'll never see you coming.
Yeah. Oh, my.
I don't think his bed is made. He didn't sleep in that bed last
I
night.
don't even think he's there.
No, he's not.
Look at how confused everyone looks.
Where's our boy at?
I feel bad for the guy.
Preston wants to say hello to you.
Oh, here, hang on. I'll bring up the phone line. Hi.
I am utterly disappointed.
Is this Jimmy?
I don't know how this happened. I'm like shaking here because I'm so angry.
This has never happened before. I can't. Well, we've done enough of these. Eventually, it was bound to happen.
I think it's great.
Well, you know
It's
what?
just
I
typical.
say he doesn't get his chainsaw.
I'm wondering about that too.
Yeah.
You know?
I think they're starting up the chainsaws again, guys.
There's no need to start up the chainsaws again right now. Is there?
No.
Yeah.
I think we can just move on to the next one.
Wow.
The next cemetery, away we go.
That's fake.
He's fake?
Yeah.
You sure? Michael, be careful, Michael. Happy Halloween. I'm here.
Are you ready?
All right, let's go. Okay. There's a deer head. There's some saws. Oh, this guy's really into horror movies. Now, let's get everybody upstairs.
Up the stairs again.
It's a tight staircase.
Yeah, it is.
There's Jackie's ass crack.
Jackie's ass crack.
Yeah.
Tight like the crack of my ass.
Okay, we're going to go on 3.
Okay.
We ready?
Yeah. We're ready.
Ready?
I'm always.
We're going to go on 3. Hold on. 1, 2, 3.
Start him.
Happy Halloween!
She completely covered herself up.
Chainsaw wake up.
I see that.
Somebody got you.
God damn it, Joe.
God damn it, Joe.
Is that Curry?
Hi.
Hi, Curry.
Good morning.
Is this Carrie?
Yes.
Carrie, say hello to Preston and Steve.
Hi.
Hey, Curry. Good morning. How are you?
She can't hear with the chainsaw.
Hey, Curry. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, yeah, this is courtesy
set
of
off my fire
Steve.
alarm?
He wanted, I think. Oh my God, that's right. They have gasoline operated devices. It's probably setting off your. It's okay. There's no real fire. Just gas fumes. You'll be okay.
Hey, Kathy's asking if she
It is always a pleasure to have our next guest on. We're motivated to reach out to him because of these pictures that are coming in from the new Webb telescope. That's
just amazing.
Are all the rage right now because their clarity and depth is amazing. And then bonus on my way into work this morning because we get up so early, I saw a gigantic yellow moon on the horizon. And I came in this morning and sure enough read that it is indeed a super moon.
Yeah.
Perfect time to talk to the chief astronomer and director of the Fells Planetarium at the Franklin Institute. Ladies and gentlemen, our friend Mr. Derek Pitts is joining us this morning. Good day, Derek.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning.
Nice to have you on once again. So we'll start real quick. You know, the super moon, I know it isn't officially full until later this afternoon, I believe I read, Derek.
Yeah, that's right. 2:38 this afternoon, it's full. So you got to see it at about 99.5% full. So that's close enough.
Yeah, close enough. And is it indeed? Yeah. I know it is. It is close. Supermoons are the closest they can be to the Earth. If correct on that.
Yeah, you know, this is a really interesting one because every month the moon in its orbit has a point when it's closer to the Earth than at other points in its orbit. So this happens every month. And then once a year, one of those close approaches is the closest of those 12 or 13. So we call that one, I think of it as like the super moon, if you will. But the interesting thing for what you actually saw this morning is something that you can see every month if you watch the full moon while it's either rising or setting. So when the moon is close to the horizon, doesn't have to be a super moon kind of situation, but just a full moon rising or setting, there's this really cool optical illusion that takes place in our brain that makes the moon look really big, even though it hasn't altered its size at all. And
you know what? I've heard, Derek, over the years that a couple of different theories behind that I've heard. It's the curvature of the atmosphere that causes like an optical illusion. And I've heard the other, that if you actually were held up an object at arm's length that approximate the size of a full moon, and if you held it up when it's at its highest and at its lowest, it would still be the exact same size. It's simply its proximity to the horizon that makes it look so much larger. And because we have perspective with items on the ground and things around it to compare it to. Is that true?
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And it's an optical illusion that has been documented by optical scientists for years. And in fact, I've got a book on my shelf over here that's all about the moon illusion, and every one of those scientific studies comes to the same conclusion that, you know, what we're seeing is this illusion caused by the moon being seen near objects of known size. So
now we have to go to the James Webb the telescope, this incredible piece of scientific technology. And Derek, as I hear it discussed and people who are rightfully so geeking out about it, they say it's not just a telescope, it's basically providing us, in a manner of speaking, the ability to travel through time because of how far into the distance it can see and get us close to the center of the Big Bang Theory. Explain what they mean when they're saying that.
Well, you know, I'll go along with the time part. That's an inherent quality that all telescopes have, is that they allow us to see farther out into the universe. And the farther out you can see, you're looking at earlier and earlier periods. So this telescope does that because it's the largest space telescope that's ever been put into service. But there's one other factor about this that nobody's really covered or mentioned yet, and it is that because this is an infrared telescope, it has the capability to see through clouds of gas and dust that normally obscure our view with telescopes like Hubble Space Telescope, for example. So we can see much deeper into the universe because we can see through those curtains with the infrared energy that comes through. Now, this does get us closer not to the center of where the Big Bang occurred, but it gets us closer to a period of time that would be just after the Big Bang, like the earliest part of the history of the universe. So we're getting closer.
So did I hear correctly that they're approximating 13.8 billion years? Basic, and it's hard for me to process it, and not only because I'm stupid, but the general perception of looking at things that long ago went inert or passed on or are no longer part of the tapestry of the sky. We're now just seeing the light of these things that have traveled over this, incredible space. So would 13.8 billion, how is that even feasible that we are seeing things that existed perhaps that long ago?
And, we're only just interpreting that this is how old the light must be, 13.6, 13.8 billion years. What we're seeing is the light that left those objects that long ago. So it tells us, sort of like the story of what was happening in the universe 13.8 billion years ago. And we know that's really early in the history, so we can use this as a way to read that kind of. But you're right, this is hard to wrap your head around because, number one, who knows what 13.8 billion of anything is, especially in terms of time, because our framework for time is the human time frame, right? About 100 years for individual humans to live. And then we can talk about geologic time, and we could talk about millions of years or hundreds of millions of years. And everybody knows the 65 million years ago when the gigantic asteroid came down and crashed and killed all the dinosaurs. People know that time frame. But when you get beyond that, it just becomes unfathomable because we have no experience. So 13.8 billion years ago, an object radiated energy that we're just seeing. I really like the aspect of it that you mentioned just now, which is that object probably doesn't exist anymore, but we're only just now seeing the light from it.
It's unbelievable.
Derek, I have a question.
Crazy.
When you have a piece of equipment like this and you're, a scientist that has to make the decision of where are we going to look? There is infinite, not infinite, but pretty damn close to it, of the direction you can point this in. Do you just pick a random direction, or is there reason behind where exactly they're pointing this? Because it can go so deep and not even know what's out there.
It's freewheeling. You just go anywhere you want. Look wherever you want to.
Okay.
No. In fact, astronomers using really big telescopes have a really wonderful sort of process for figuring out what they're going to observe. What they do is they solicit ideas from all across the astronomical community. And then they sift through those ideas to find out which ones would be the best ones to try to pursue in answer to questions that are really pressing in astronomy right now. And then sift through those again to identify those that make the best use of the capability of the telescope. And then they sift through again to ask everybody in the community if they all agree that these are the best experiments to use with this telescope. So everybody can apply, everybody gets a chance, and they pick the best ones.
One of the photos that I've seen from this Webb telescope appears to show, I assume that they are multiple galaxies. And I mean, there's tons and tons and tons of them. It looks like a light bright, if you remember that old game. And so, that's why I was curious about, do you just throw it up there and randomly? Or because I assume this has the capability to zoom in on very particular objects or stars or formations, or can it take kind of a macro look at all these different things? In fact, we're looking at the screen behind you right now as we're zooming this. That's the photo that I'm talking about. Are those indeed not universes? Are those indeed galaxies?
I got to tell you, these kinds of images, this is called an ultra deep field, by the way.
Okay.
And this is an instance in when they take the camera and they just expose on a section of the sky and just let it build up an image. And in this case, it took 12 and a half hours to get this image. But here's the really crazy, that object right there, that's a star in our own galaxy.
Wow.
Right? But every other fuzzy patch of light you see, those are all galaxies. Every one of those little fuzzy things is a galaxy with hundreds of billions of stars.
It's unfreaking real.
That probably all have planets, right? And the other thing is that this section of sky is really, really, really tiny.
I know.
So this is what the entire sky looks like.
Nick, I'm just going to jump in
Go
for a
ahead.
quick second, and Derek. So yeah, I have my telescope, and I know, for example, if I'm trained on something and I bump it just a millimeter, I've traveled thousands of miles across. Right, so I'm looking at what's behind you, and in this picture I so many people are freaking out over this because again, so much of this imagery is the kind of stuff you used to see. We would see ILM generate this kind of imagery. We'd see this as a CGI special effect. However, this is the real deal depicted in ways we've never seen it before.
Yeah, totally. This is the real thing. This is what the universe actually looks like. When you look at those dark spaces in the universe where you think there isn't anything out there, au contraire, the universe is absolutely chock full of galaxies. That's why I'm so amazed at this, because it's such a small section of the sky, but the entire sky is just littered with galaxies. And so, it used to be, when I first got into this business, the number of galaxies that was estimated to be in existence was somewhere in the millions, right? And then with the advent of newer telescopes, that number jumped to the billions. Now that number is easily in the trillions and beyond because the universe is so vast. And this is what the sky looks like, that there are galaxies just everywhere you look. So if you pick the faintest spot you can see in this image, and when you get off, here's what I want you to do. Download this image on your computer, then blow it up and pick the absolute dimmest, faintest thing you can find. That is a galaxy.
It's unbelievable.
It's mind blowing.
It's crazy. It's just crazy.
It is, and it's hard to wrap your mind around it. But it is fascinating, and I usually get two feelings when discoveries like this are made, when photos like this are displayed. The first is my problems are completely insignificant. Anything that's going wrong in my life really is minor. And the second is so is the rest of my life. Like I really don't matter when it comes to the massiveness and of the universe and the amount of time. But I'm curious as to how it makes you feel. Like, do you internalize it at all? Do you think about yourself and your place on our planet, in the galaxy, in the universe?
Oh, I totally think about that. Yeah, I think this is my thing is I think that this work that we do with these giant telescopes is a fundamental human endeavor, in that not only do we want to be able to understand the universe we live in, but we want to understand our place in the universe. What are we doing here? What are we supposed to do with all of this universe here? And for me personally, I'm always thinking, wow, this is just amazing. And in all of this universe, I and every one of us are unique individuals in the universe. There's no other creature like each and every one of us in the universe, so we're all really unique. And then the last piece I ask about this, and I think is, the pursuit of astronomers ultimately, we're really trying to figure out if two things. We're trying to figure out how is it that we are here? And number two, are we alone? You can't forget the are we alone question.
Oh, yeah.
So in this vastness of galaxies, just think about it. Like this galaxy right here has 200 billion stars. There's a planet orbiting each one of those stars. So we got 200 billion planets right there.
Yeah.
You mean there's not a hotel somewhere out there?
Right.
Anyone? No, it's that again, that whole notion of what I think H.G. Wells tries. I forget how he phrased it, but the hubris of thinking when you look into this massive tapestry at night that we're the only ones here.
Well, I would like to tackle the question that Derek brought up, which is why we are here. And Nick, I want to mention this as well. And for those of you, I think we can all agree, one of the reasons we are here is Today is National French Fry Day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's one of the reasons worth living, you know? Right? Am I wrong, Derek?
If we weren't here to appreciate, if we were not here to appreciate National World French Fry Day, then what would this universe be?
Exactly.
All right, I have to ask. So there's something that I saw. It's and the list of things that are already viewed, and we're just into the beginning of this. What they described as the signature of water on exoplanet WASP 96b, basically clouds and haze and things of that nature. What is the impact of seeing this and discovering this?
First of all, the impact of being able to get this spectrograph of this atmosphere tells us that the instrument on board Webb Space Telescope for doing this work works really well and is going to give us the science we want. The next level of significance of this is that we're identifying water molecules in the atmosphere of a planet millions upon millions of miles away. This is a really difficult measurement to try to make. And so I, take my hat off to the instrument makers who can design and build a device that can actually do this work. And then finally, whoa, wait a minute. You mean there's water in that atmosphere? Wow. So this is an environment that can sustain that one compound that is absolutely basic to all life as we know it. And it's water. So that means that, hey, there's water out there in lots of places around this galaxy and probably others. So while it's just steam on that particular planet, this opens the door to the possibility for atmospheres that are much closer to what we find here on Earth. And again, it goes back to that question of what other inhabitants are we going to find around this galaxy and other galaxies based on identifying water?
I know for a fact that Predator lives on a very steamy planet.
Right, yeah.
So I'm just saying.
Saw that documentary.
Yes.
Derek, speaking of planets.
Yeah, I think that's one of the tasks is to identify that planet so we can avoid it.
We want to stay away from that.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Preston.
Planets and reeling it a little bit closer into our solar system. The celestial event I really enjoyed was the Planet Parade last month, and we got really, really lucky in that the time of day that we come in for work and our location here in Bala Cynwyd, when I would walk from my car to the front door, I could see it plain as day right in front of us for several days, and it was such a cool experience to see those planets in that order going across the horizon. And I'm sure you guys highlighted that. You do your night skies at home with Derek Pitts. And you guys are always highlighting these cool convergences and things that happen. Did you have anything surrounding that? And do you have some other events coming up that you wanted to mention at the Franklin Institute?
Well, we tried to highlight that as an opportunity for people to get out and observe the pre-dawn sky. It's almost as if this particular event was meant for those people who have to be up really early in the morning and, they're on their way to work or whatever it is they're doing. And it's almost like whenever you talk about an astronomical event that's worth seeing, it's always happening at night. And those poor people are asleep. They don't get to see anything. But this is for those early morning people. And this was really special because you had 5 planets: Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn, and that's rare. So if you live down at the shore or you're an early morning riser, that was just for you. So we tried to highlight that for early morning risers. But the thing that we have going really right now is, the night skies at the observatory program, we're doing that as night skies at home, and we've been doing that ever since the pandemic started. And, I'm hosting that program to get people to go outside and look at the night sky on their own so that they become more connected. Because when we talk about this picture back here behind me, we want people to feel the awe of, images like this when they just step outside and look up at the night sky. So there's that. But the other thing, Franklin Institute, have you seen the Harry Potter, the exhibition?
Yes.
Exhibit yet?
Yeah, I went to it. It was amazing.
It's still on my list. I'm bringing in about 200 family members from different states who are begging me to get them in to see it because, you guys do it right over there.
It is fantastic. You've got to see that exhibition. It's really fabulous. Yeah, it's wonderful. And of course, all of the other core exhibits at Franklin Institute that everybody loves, those fabulous, iconic exhibits. And here's a real contrast in technologies for you. When you come to the Franklin Institute next time, go downstairs to the train factory and look at the giant 60,000 locomotive, right? A big hunk of iron run by coal sitting there. And then think about something like James Webb Space Telescope, which is a whole different universe of technology doing something that folks back at that time when that was built, that locomotive was built, couldn't even imagine could happen.
We keep repeating, sounds like a broken record, but it boggles the mind to put that into perspective and where we are. An imagery that, again, is besting Hollywood coming out of this device, this incredible piece of technology, and I'm very excited for what are you? What has yet to be revealed, or what has been previewed that we might be seeing coming from the telescope that has you excited, Derek?
Hold on just a second. You're breaking up on me.
Sorry about that. I was just.
Let me try this. Try it again.
Yeah, the question was what is still to be revealed. I know NASA is kind of giving some indications about what they are, what kind of images they're capturing. Have you heard anything that has you particularly excited? I think we lost him.
Bummer.
Oh, no.
Okay.
There's just a little picture, picture in the middle of the screen.
Well, we were getting close to wrap it up. Maybe he'll jump back on.
I think he's going out for some French fries, actually.
I probably didn't know it was National French Fry Day. He turned it into World French Fry Day, by the way. Did you notice that?
Yeah.
Listen, he thinks more globally.
I understand. I totally get. Well, he is the best. If you ever have any questions about what you can see in our night sky, or
I think my signal's going through the James Webb Space Telescope.
Derek, we can hear you now. Can you hear us?
Now we're losing him.
Okay. But anyhow, you can check out any information at fi.
Sorry, guys. I think I've lost you.
.edu. Derek, if you can hear us, thanks for coming on this morning. We're going to have to wrap the... Oh, I think we got you back. Can you hear us now? No,
he's actually floating in space.
He slid across the universe. All right, but anyhow, you can go to fi.edu. But thank you, Derek. Of the Fells Planetarium at the Franklin Institute. He's a chief astronomer. He's a great guy and certainly knows a lot and wants to share a lot of information.
I mean, again, with this thing, I don't care how bored you are by this stuff. Take a look at some of these pictures.
Yeah.
Take a look and just think about how Derek was framing it. What's out there now started with the millions, now in the trillions.
Yeah.
Think about this incredible, to the best of our knowledge, never-ending universe that we live in.
Amazing. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. If you watch Umbrella Academy, we have a cast member of that show joining us when we get back. Stay there. Curry, do you have clothes on?
No, I don't.
Well, that ought to teach you.
I seriously like a whole ton of people in my
A whole lot of people.
Try not to drop any curse words. We're live on the radio right now.
Well, not now, dick face.
Our boyfriend just took the battery out of the fire alarm.
Okay.
Very good.
Remember to replace it.
Yes.
That was nice. Room's a mess.
That would have ruined it.
If I cleaned up the mess.
Yeah. So apparently you're a big...
She's half naked. The other roommate just came downstairs. Hi, y'all.
Not half. She's fully naked.
Say hi to Preston and Steve.
Okay. I gotta bring the audio down because they're cursing way too much.
She's the unhappy roommate.
She looks like the unhappy roommate. So listen, Curry, this was courtesy of Steve. He says that you guys, both you and Colleen, are big horror fans. So we thought this would be a fun way to get you up on Halloween morning. Do you agree?
Yeah. Now the shock's worn off, this is pretty funny.
All right, cool. And to fellow horror fans, have a great day today and put some clothes on.
And then I have one last story. That's it.
Man, this is we left high and dry now.
Ray Donovan alum Paula Malcolmson and Da Vinci's Demons Blake Ritson are joining Sci-Fi's Superman prequel called Krypton.
Really?
Yes.
This is interesting.
Well, that's why I brought it up. I knew you would find it interesting.
You finished strong.
Which is set to premiere in 2018. The show will be set 2 generations before the destruction of Superman's home planet and will follow his grandfather as he fights to save his House of El from chaos.
What if Superman's grandfather, though, was just an accountant on Krypton?
Okay.
Not as exciting.
No.
Here's some deductions you probably had not considered.
Episode 1.
You have to do estate planning.
Right.
You have to. You can never know. Look, the planet could blow up. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but the planet could blow up someday. Right, crazy. I know, crazy talk. Blah, 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 blah. And here you are, and then the planet blows up, and we don't, things go awry. It happens.
I wonder what his name is. Yeah, Kal-El.
Sal.
Maybe he's Mel-El.
Sal-El.
Sal-El. Krypton, CPA.
Thanks for having me over today, folks. This will take about an hour. Have some documents for you to sign.
No, but I never wanted to get a trampoline once I had kids. I'm like, I don't think so.
Well, you hear too many stories.
Too much liability, too.
Yeah. Oh, the neighbors? Oh, yes.
Everywhere I lived, there was always at least one in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
And you could just go use theirs.
But these places sound, because it's not just the floor,
great.
it's the walls.
Well, you jump from trampoline to trampoline, and they've got padding in between them. And then, yes, they have some, Steve, that are at an angle.
Yeah.
Now, they have very specific rules about what you can and can't do.
Okay.
As far as, and there are little videos that are running that you can't, do flips off of the ones that are off of the.
Oh, you can't?
I'm pretty sure. Kathy, did you watch? Did they have like a video running? I'm thinking of Sky High. They have it.
Yes. No, they had something when we were waiting in line for the obstacle course. They had a video running.
Because I was so bummed that I couldn't, because I went to the Sky Zone.
Yeah.
And I couldn't use that one. I was like, all right, we'll start it here at the foam pit, and then I'm going to go over to that one where they have trampoline walls. And I never got to do the trampoline walls.
Here I go.
I need to go back there because when I what's that place called? Get High?
Get Air.
Ricochet.
Get high.
That's a different part.
Get High are open Monday through Wednesday, noon to midnight.
Get high.
Because I went there to pick my son up from a birthday party, and I ended up jumping a little bit just, because it was the end of the night. Everybody was kind of getting their shoes on. So, I had to.
You went for a jump.
I had to impress the kids.
Gonna go for a quick jump.
Look at this fat guy jump.
Somebody's texting in next mixer, trampoline park.
I think so.
That would be cool.
Party or something
we can
like
all
that.
leave with sprained ankles and hurt backs.
And another potential to hurt ourselves. I want to have a roller skating party sometime.
Yes.
That's been has to happen.
It has to. Can I wear a helmet though?
Yeah.
All right. You're not gonna make fun of me?
Well, of course I am.
I need like wrist guards.
Casey, I've been when we do the river rink ice skating. Casey always wears a helmet to that, and I just find it funny because it's nothing but kids and one adult skating around with a helmet on.
I want a roller skate.
An inspiring story from Touchstone.
Oh no!
He wasn't like the other children.
Oh dude!
He was a full-grown man with his own children. The story of Helmet.
With his own children.
We're gonna call you Helmet. I'm got a helmet on because I like to roller skate. Daddy daughter night. Wait a second, you have children? Dear God.
Dear God.
I just, you
feel safer.
I feel safer. I don't.
I ride a helmet when I ride a bike. I wear a helmet.
You ride a helmet. I ride a helmet when I wear a bike.
It doesn't go very fast.
That's weird.
But it's totally safe.
Look at this idiot. The other way around. Put the helmet on and ride the bike.
What you riding there?
It's an inspiring story, huh?
The inspiring story of a child who sought to be different. I'm gonna ride my helmet and wear a bike. You're gonna look like a jerk. Yeah, you're gonna look like an idiot.
I don't care.
Hello, this is the Olympic Committee. We're interested in this new sport you've come up with.
Yes, it's time to find out who the biggest dick in the Delaware Valley is. We actually, you know what? Hats off to Casey Boy because it was his idea and to search for the biggest dick in the Delaware Valley. And it's just you're given this name at birth, Richard, and either your parents. Either they thought it would be funny or they don't realize or, you know what I mean?
I want to find out the reasons because I do agree. And listen, technically it's a fine name. However, I know parents go through the arduous process of, okay, what are kids going to do with this?
Right.
What are they going to do with this? And Richard obviously will become Dick.
So you ready, Dr. Mike?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's bring in the dicks. We're going to start with, we're going to go with the longest first. Dear God.
Yes, now we're talking.
He is huge. All right, so we've kept these guys separated. Do you still get Snickers at your name?
My freshman year in college, we were getting drunk, coming down the steps, and some guy was coming up with his girlfriend. So he yells with his girlfriend, he goes, "Yo, big dick." I never heard it before. I grabbed him, threw him up against the railing, and I said, "Yo, I thought I told you not to tell nobody."
That's good.
Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So Dick is here for the length, the height version. So we're going to measure your height. How tall does that thing go, Dr. Mike? Is it over 7 feet? All right, let's bring in the next Dick. We have a very big Dick coming in here.
Yes.
This is Dick Super. Dick Super.
Yes.
How you doing, man?
Super Dick in the house.
Nice. See, I told you guys I had a friend named in high school. His name was Dave Super. His dad's name was Dick.
Oh, you're right. That is actually a great name.
Come on, Super. I mean, it's been the best.
It could be great for you.
Where are you from, by the way?
South Jersey.
So let's measure you, and let's see how you stack up against the other Dick. You're going to get some extra because of that hair of yours.
Yeah.
He's a hairy Dick.
Well,
man.
the level will come down right on the...
These sticks are so long, I have to get on a stool.
I noticed.
It's unbelievable.
I'll tell you what, this might be the best looking Dick we have in the studio all day.
It's a good looking Dick?
Yeah.
Marissa, bring in the next Dick, please. This is Dick Steinbeiser.
Dick Steinbeiser.
And it's another biggie, man. Where are you from, sir?
Harleysville.
You haven't seen this guy around town?
I haven't seen that Dick anywhere. Not anywhere in Harleysville. And there's a lot of Dicks in Harleysville.
There are.
Let's get the official number. We're gonna measure you, but we will not reveal. We're not gonna reveal what that is until we get all 5 of you measured. So right now we're going for the length.
This Dick has a shaved head, basically. So
bald Dick. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, well, listen, thank you very much, Richard. We appreciate you can have a seat over here, and we'll get the final results in a moment. Richard or Dick Steinbeiser.
It's a smart Dick.
And after Kathy's getting in on it.
See, the one who hates this stuff is now participating.
Please, this is Dick Scholl.
Wow, another.
Yeah, another big one.
Yes.
So we've been asking some questions amongst you Dicks. Does anybody ever call you Dick, or have they throughout your life?
My older brother kept trying to get my oldest nephew to call me Uncle Dick for the first years of my life. That didn't happen, but what did happen, fortunately for him, is that my nephew couldn't pronounce rich, and it came out with a B sound.
He called you bitch?
Yep. That was Uncle Bitch.
Uncle Bitch. All right, Dick, let's get you on the measuring device here.
All right.
And we'll get the official number.
All right, this one went a little faster than the last few measurements. Mike got this one down fast.
Yeah, quick Dick.
Bring in the final Dick, please.
Another biggie.
Wow. Tell us about your life with the name Richard and being interchangeable with Dick.
It is pretty lackluster, I would probably say. I only really got it in high school. You know, kids on like my sports teams would be like, "Oh, we call you Big Dick now." And
Big Dick's actually, if you're on a team,
right?
It's pretty cool.
It's intimidating, and it's got a little,
It's got a little panache to it.
Absolutely.
I like it. All right, well, let's get you up on the measuring device and let's take a look. By the way, I love all our Dicks.
They're excellent.
They're all great guys.
You guys a big Foo Fighters fans? Got a Foo Fighters shirt on? I'm enjoying the Dick Dale.
Thank you, Dick Dale, and we played Moby Dick, and Dr. Mike
Mike
just
nearly
fell
bought it.
off the chair. Are you okay, Dr. Mike?
Noted TV personality Dr. Mike died in a bizarre dick measuring accident.
Tell you, Preston, in 25 years of practice, these are some of the biggest dicks I've ever seen.
Of course. You're a medical man. You're a man of science.
It's a miracle of nature.
Yes.
All right, so please, if you could, first give us the number and the name of who our biggest dick in the Delaware Valley is, Nick.
At a whopping 82.5 inches, that's 6 feet, 10.5 inches tall. The biggest dick in the Delaware Valley by length. Our first dick in the studio, Dick Barrett, everybody! Congratulations, Dick!
Come on over here, Dick Barrett.
Get over there. Come on.
6'10" and a half.
Big old dick.
Nick, did you say 6'10" and a half?
I sure did, Preston.
Damn, man. Hey,
almost 7 feet tall.
The moment when you walked in, I'm like, that's a huge dick.
But yet, when the other guys are coming in, I'm like, I'm wondering. I'll be curious to hear the other numbers. But yeah, you are a big dick.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right, so we got length out of the way. Time to get to girth. Let's bring in the biggies. We're going to do our first contestant for the biggest dick in the Delaware Valley. Please welcome Dick Zaleski.
Dick Zaleski. Dick, how are you?
You know, your history with the name, and a lot of guys got it in high school.
I had like one guy that thought he was funny in high school that would be like, Rick the Dick. And, but I actually got it from my friends later on that I'm kind of a jerk sometimes.
Okay, so you're sort of a
they'd
cut
be
up.
like Rick the Dick. And so,
Dick Zaleski, let's get you on the scale here. We're not going to reveal the number at all until we have weighed everyone, and then we will find out who the biggest dick in the Delaware Valley is by girth. By the way, yes, everyone will be even if your name is Rick, you're going by Dick today.
That's fine.
All right, thanks, man. Have a seat. We'll find out how you do. Thanks for being
Big
here
guy.
this morning. Bring in our next Dick. This is Dick L. Coogan.
Yes.
Who we welcome. Coming over here to Nick. Has Dick been a joke from time to time for you, or do people actually call you that?
No, I basically come from a long line of Dicks.
Oh, you do?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Are you Dick? Are you Little Dick or Dick Jr.?
I'm Dick the Third, actually.
Dick the Third.
Yeah, so my grandfather, my father, my son.
All right, well, let's have you jump on the scale here. Dr. Mike is going to do the official measuring.
While we have a second, I'd like to apologize to the two Dick Siemens who wanted to come in because they really wanted to be a part of this contest. Yeah. But we had enough dicks, and these guys just didn't qualify to be the biggest dicks in the Delaware Valley. But thank you guys for submitting.
We had to cut.
It was father and son named Dick Seaman.
Thank you for coming in this morning. We'll find out if you end up being here in a moment. I think sometime when we have the weather, when it's nice and warm like this, that we should all wear some shoulder exposing outfit like Kathy has today. Wouldn't that be nice if we all came in like that?
Sweater on over it.
I know, but you came in earlier this morning without it on.
Yeah.
You're like a breath of fresh air.
Yeah, it's very summery, very wispy.
She's like a warm zephyr on an afternoon.
Yeah. But I knew, and then I saw you. Yeah, I knew you were going to cover up right away because it's always cold in here.
Yeah.
But
I can't come to work without like a sweater or sweatshirt or some sort of because and it's not just our studio. Like it's cold everywhere.
No, there are absolute climate changes as you walk through different hallways. Yeah, I'm surprised we don't have lightning storms at various doorways as different systems collide.
I think there was, I don't remember what his shirt, it was like a shirt or something like that. It says, just says like, yes, I'm freezing, thank you, or something like that. That would be you for sure.
Kath, I had I have an automatic car starter and on my app on my phone, and so I started my car yesterday. I thought I had fixed my settings. They were still in winter settings. So when I hopped into my car on a 93-degree day, it was
And the heat had been on?
heated seats.
That's the best.
All of that
Casey,
stuff.
before you left yesterday.
I did. I told you.
He was excited. He's like, I'm so glad I have this. I'm going to cool the car down.
Oh, man. Did you stay in the car, or did you get out and let it
No, so here's the deal.
configure?
It actually wasn't super hot out at that point, and I was driving away. I go, man, my ass is hot. And I looked down. I was like, oh, my God, my heated seats are on full blast right now.
All right,
Those little things that technology provides to you.
That made my day. All right, our next guest is ready to go. My family and I love the show Umbrella Academy. We, unfortunately, with where we are in our lives, we have vowed we will all watch this together. We are not going to cheat. We're not going to jump ahead.
Oh, we hate packs like
And
that.
a family of 5, and, the kids in their 20s, it's hard for us all to get together. So we're only like 2 episodes into the current season. So please, no spoilers when we talk to our next guest. But he's great. Not only will you find him as Commissioner Herb, but also he does the motion capture work for Pogo.
Yeah.
Which is really cool. So please welcome Mr. Ken Hall from Umbrella Academy this morning. Ken,
Hey, good morning.
Nice to have
How you doing,
on.
everyone? Great to see you.
Listen, like I said, this is my family and I's show. We all watch this together. It's so great. It's such a quirky, awesome, weird, fun program. I had no idea that you were doing the motion capture stuff for Pogo. So you've been in this since season 1 doing all this work, right?
That's right. Yeah, it's not that I would walk down the street and you would recognize me.
Right.
I'm like, hey, that guy walks kind of like Pogo.
He walks like that chimp. But you.
Yeah. He looks like that elderly chimp who walks with the cane.
You know what, though?
You would never guess, but.
Look at the career that Andy Serkis has had, and he has become sort of the motion mocap
exactly.
guy, directing, playing Alfred in the Batman. Here's a guy who's, when you have that ability to do it, and you clearly do, that can serve you well. Now, did you take any sort of mime classes? I know you come from improv. I know you teach at Second City, but anything on that physical realm that instructed you how to do something like this?
Yeah, well, I have a comedy partner here in Toronto, my best friend, Isaac Hester, and we have a duo called Two Man No Show, which is very clown-inspired improv. And so Isaac is a much bigger guy, and we're both very physical performers. So quite often in our shows, I'm climbing Isaac, or I'm on his back, or in the audience. So physicality and physical comedy in particular has always been something that we've really gravitated to. And so in training in clown, not necessarily mime, of course there is miming in improv, it's really been the clown training, I think, in particular that has allowed me to to step into the pod feet of Emily Chippendine and Bogo.
Well, listen, your role people would definitely recognize you as Commissioner Herb. And so, like I said, I'm only a couple of episodes into this season. Your character starts to become a little bit more pivotal as this season continues, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, there's some plot twists. I don't want to spoil it for you, Preston.
I know. And that's
you gotta keep watching. It is like, this is one of the things that Umbrella does so well. Like every season, the world is ending. It's just like, oh, again, here we go. So the stakes are so high. I don't want to give anything away, but I really think it's like sitting on the edge of your seat kind of thing of like, how are they going to stop the world ending for like a third time? So keep watching.
Well, let me ask you, Ken, with going back to the Pogo character and playing the motion capture, I assume you were with the cast filming those scenes live while they were there. So you've been interacting with them in different forms throughout the run of the series.
Yeah. And it's been incredible. I've been so blessed to do it. Yeah.
And you deliver the verbal lines and then they are dubbed over afterwards. I assume that's how that works?
Yeah. They've got Adam Godley to do the voice of Pogo. So I'm on set here in Toronto, working with the actors, and it's been lovely to not just play one character, but to play two different characters. And so I get to see the show from two different perspectives. But yeah, even with Pogo, I get to play off of. So even though how I look on set is very different than the end result, because I'm wearing like a mocap suit on. So it must look incredibly strange for this. Who is this little guy in gray with like these like dots all over him?
Well, working with this group, and it's such a talented ensemble cast, but I was not familiar with Robert Sheehan. He plays his character called Klaus. Oh my God. One of the most fun characters of any show I have ever seen, and his quirkiness. You guys have got to be laughing from time to time at his deliveries and the lines and the way he works, right?
Well, you know what's funny? I like, Robert is not that different in a lot of ways to his Klaus kind of persona. He is just that. He's just that engaging and that charming, and such a funny dude, such a funny guy. And as you're saying, like improv is my background. So I think this is in season 1 or season 2. I invited Robert to do an improv set with me. Robert had never performed live improv in front of an audience, and he was kind of worried. But I'm like, you're the funniest guy. You got nothing to worry about. You just be you. You're kind of like so many improv characters all rolled into one. And so I got to do a live improv set with Robert, and of course it was such a blast, and he's so charming and so well read, so smart. Oh my gosh!
For your role with concerning Herb, are you allowed? Do they let you do a little bit of your improving because that always makes the dialogue flow a little bit more freely? Are you allowed to do that?
Yeah. I often do. I mean, that's my bread and butter is to improvise some stuff. And I got one of the best notes from one of the directors this past season doing one Herb scene where she came and she's like, can you just give me like a baby cow instead of trying to milk like the whole scene and trying to milk all of those moments? Like, I am so guilty of, like, because I that's such a clown thing too of like, like, why don't I just sit and stretch out as many of these fun moments as I can? And I think like Herb does that in particular. So they must have quite a cutting reel of things that didn't make it in the show. And I got to say too, it is such a flattering thing when you actually see some of your improvised dialogue and moments show up in the final cut. It's a lovely feeling.
You know, we're talking about it, but for people who are completely wholly unfamiliar with the Umbrella Academy, give your best thumbnail. I'm going to put you on the spot here, Ken. Your high concept for the Umbrella Academy and why people should check it out.
Well, that's such a great question, and I need more time. It is like it's a huge, massive universe, but to try and simplify it a little bit more, I think it's a cross between people that are born with special abilities, and yet they're also born with flaws. And as much as it may seem on the surface is more of like, oh, it's like an action-y superhero kind of show, it's actually more of like a family drama, which I think so many people can relate to. And what I in particular love about this show is that I think it's very reflective of the world that we currently live in. Even though there's some time traveling and portals and things like that, the very issues that that make us a society and such, I think, are reflected in the show. And so for me, it's not just entertainment, it's also education at the same time.
And, you know, you're talking about society reflecting society with Elliot Page, and now with the transition going from Vanya to Victor. I thought the show handled that so well. And out of respect for Elliot, to do that, to change the storyline like that, I thought was cool. It had to have been a great vibe around the set when that was all part of the storyline.
So, absolutely. I mean, and it's done so well in the show, and they got a lot of people involved within that to really, like, if we're going to do it, like, let's do this right and let's honor it and celebrate that. And again, that's why I feel like it's so important to have those kind of differences reflected on TV, because that's how people learn about the world around them. It's so funny. Like, I grown up watching The Simpsons, and there's stuff that I've learned about life from The Simpsons.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, then I actually experience it later in my life. I'm like, oh my God, that's not just that's just not like a Simpsons reference. That's an actual like real thing.
Yeah.
And again, something like Sesame Street, for example, like when you see, like, that's the thing. I just grew up watching film and TV, and I just learned more about myself and the world around me. And the show in particular, I think, is one of the only shows that talks about that and that handles that in such a respectful, cool, contemporary way.
Well, Ken, you're part of a juggernaut, so that and Stranger Things are doing phenomenally well for Netflix, for the Umbrella Academy as well. You got this wonderful gig, but yet you had the nightmare of nightmares, I believe, on your first day where you were actually filming. You had bronchitis, did you not?
Oh, no.
What was that? What was that nightmare like?
Sick.
Yeah.
I was on antibiotics, and we're shooting here in Toronto. And your first day for anything, you want it to be an easy day. It's just like, go in, say hi to people. Like, I'll be in the background if you need me. But no, it was like the heaviest of lifting. And it was the funeral scene for Ben. And it's an outdoor shoot. And we're shooting in Toronto at the end of January, which usually it's snowing. But that day, it wasn't cold enough to snow. So it was raining nonstop. All day. And what I loved about it too was that because we were shooting the TV show, they actually had artificial sprinklers that they would turn on when we were shooting so that they could make the drops of rain big and beautiful. Like, I was so cold, shivering in my little mocap suit, but I had so many layers on underneath. I was kind of like the Michelin Man of like just like a big puffy marshmallow.
Well, and here you are.
And I remember trying to say the dialogue, and I'm like, my teeth are like, but it's one of those things. And we had 2 days in a row we were shooting that scene, because it's a big scene, big fight scene as well that happens. And it's one of those things that you look back on, and you're like, I survived that.
Nice.
I did that.
And three seasons later.
For me, that's a real feather in my cap. Yeah.
I love it. Well,
I
you
look
guys
back fondly, and of course it like gets easier, but I find that that's so that's so like first days. It's never easy. You're thrown into it, and that's why improv, I think, is that thing of like, okay, let's just go with the flow.
Absolutely.
Well, the show's doing great. I love it. We're happy for you, and keep rocking and doing what you're doing. It's streaming on Netflix, season 3 of the Umbrella Academy. So, Ken, thanks for coming on this morning. We'll talk to you down the road, okay?
Appreciate it.
You got it. Ken Hall, guys.
Have a great day.
Very cool. And yeah, I gotta make sure I get caught up on the
Concerning
program.
those packs.
Yes.
About the family packs.
Yes. It's hard sometimes.
I'm sitting on a series that I'm waiting for my wife to jump back into, and I've been and I almost broke down over the weekend and watching it, but I held strong. It gets tough though.
At some point, if it has been too long, you have to at least have a discussion and say,
Right.
look, I'm jumping ahead,
And I'm seeing someone else.
and I'm seeing someone else, and I don't love you anymore.
I'm the only one in the household that tries to abide by those rules. And my girlfriend and my son just don't care.
They cheat on you.
You can't do that.
They go right ahead. And I'm like, with Stranger Things, my son started watching and getting caught up in front of me, and I was like, but I wanted to watch it with you, buddy.
Well, with all this TV
You're not
conversation,
mine.
with all this TV conversation, I think we can officially dive into the Emmy nominees list, which was announced yesterday. And we had said earlier this morning that for years the Emmys are something I just kind of brushed off. I really didn't care about. But now with most of or a glut of entertainment coming from television with all of our streaming choices now.
Well,
and the fact that things are movie length. And there's documentaries that we're seeing more of and stuff like that.
And they're produced on a very theatrical level.
Yeah, the Emmys have become more interesting to me. So we'll kind of divvy through a little bit of this and give our 2 cents. I don't know. Obviously, there's so many shows you just can't watch them all.
No.
But chances are in each category, there might be something that you're checking out.
Well,
so
that's how you become invested in traditionally, I pretty much hate all award shows anyway, but if you're invested in it a bit, like this year's Oscars, I was a little bit more invested in it. I enjoyed it more.
So, drama series, the nominees, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 per category. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I guess 8. And I assume that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, that's not all categories. Some of them have 6. All right, so nonetheless. Sorry, I didn't mean to count. A 1, 2, 3.
Stop counting.
To quote,
hit your count button.
Rizzo.
Oh, man.
Come on.
1, 2, 3.
Thank you.
That's it. He knew 3, and that's it.
Better Call Saul, Euphoria, Ozark, Severance, Squid Game, Stranger Things, Succession, and Yellow Jackets.
All right, so you've seen a couple of those shows. Who are you liking?
I mean, from a personal point, I've got to pull for Stranger Things. I will always pull for Stranger Things. Actually, that's the only one that I've fully watched. I didn't watch Squid Game. I know Succession is a juggernaut and considered a really great show. Ozark, people love that. I watched a few of those. But the one I'm invested in, like you were saying, is Stranger Things for me.
So Stranger Things as well. Squid Games keeps getting. I think it's good. Case, do you think it's all of this attention and nomination and this critical response? Again, it is good. It's not great.
The problem I watched it. All right, so it's I watched it subs. No, dubs. I watched it dubbed.
Subs or dubs?
Yeah, so I watched it dubbed over, not subtitles.
Yes, I watched it subbed.
I can't do that.
And Kath, it made it cheesy for me.
Well, yeah, that's probably why you feel the way you do about it. I watched it, some of it. I didn't watch all of it, but I got sucked in pretty quick, and I didn't think I would because I knew what it was about.
Yeah,
I heard people talking about it, and then I found myself
it's good,
glued to the TV.
Yeah, did you watch it with subtitles or
subtitles?
All right, so the main female and the main bad guy, like those 2 characters seem so over the top cheesy to me because they were dubbed over.
So if you had to handicap this category, what would you pick to win?
Yeah, what do you guys think?
I think Succession is probably
I was
going to
going
win.
to say Stranger Things. Really?
Yeah, no, the Stranger Things is definitely critically and ratings wise, viewership wise, it's huge. I don't know if they.
How about this? What do you want to win? Who do you think will win? Okay. Who do you think will win? Succession.
Succession. And I think Stranger Things is what I'd like to see.
I want Better Call Saul to win, but I think Succession's going to win.
Okay.
I think Ozark is what I watched fully, so I'll root for them, but I think Stranger Things.
Ozark might get it just because they're now, it's over. Like it wrapped up. And sometimes
nothing's over.
Yeah. Better Call Saul this season is...
Nothing is over!
I've enjoyed the series, but these last couple of seasons are so damn good. And the second part of the series finale just debuted on Monday night.
I got to get caught up on that one. I love that show. But I'm
what? Oh, I'm sorry.
I want
Better Call Saul.
I'm surprised Yellowstone wasn't nominated.
That's a big snub.
Considered a snub.
Huge
So
snub.
I don't have the list of snubs.
Okay.
Snubs or dubs?
Snubs or dubs or subs. Snubs or
Snubs,
dubs.
subs, or dubs.
But there are several that were people that were going on.
Yellowstone is a critical hit and a ratings hit, and also the spinoff is doing well. That was snubbed, not dubbed, Preston.
All right, let's go to the individual categories. Lead actor in a drama series. All right, so you got Jason Bateman for Ozark, Brian Cox for Succession, Lee Jung-jae for Squid Game, Bob Odenkirk for Better Call Saul, Adam Scott for Severance, and Jeremy Strong for Succession. So 2 for Succession in that list. I don't have a horse in the race.
Jason Bateman is so good in Ozark. Like, it's just such a different role for him, and I think he does such a great job with it.
I'm voting for Cox.
I'm a big Cox fan. Or Strong. Strong Cox. Those are my top 2.
Either or.
Yeah.
All right, Strong or Cox?
Yeah.
Strong Cox. All right. Lead actress in a drama series. You have Jodie Comer for Killing Eve, Laura Linney in Ozark, Melanie Lazinski for Yellow Jackets, Sandra Oh in Killing Eve, Reese Witherspoon in The Morning Show, and Zendaya for Euphoria.
Now, you want to talk another snub? They say Jennifer Aniston was snubbed from The Morning Show.
And I thought she had a really, really strong performance this season. It was, do you watch it, Steve?
I watched the first season.
I thought she was better in the first one. I thought she got a little, whiny in this one.
A little cryy. I don't know.
Yeah.
But, there was very emotional for her. So what's going to happen this year is what happened to me a couple of years ago with how I ended up watching Ted Lasso in the first place. It was all these award shows, giving Ted Lasso all these nominations, and I had never even thought to give Yellow Jackets my time of day.
Are you watching it now?
Now I'm going. No, not yet, but I'm going to.
Okay. Supporting actor in a drama series. Nicholas Braun in Succession. Billy Crudup in The Morning Show. Kieran Culkin in Succession. Park Hae-soo for Squid Game. Matthew McFadden for Succession. John Turturro for Severance. Christopher Walken in Severance. And Oh Young-soo for Squid Game.
Christopher Walken in Severance is great. He ends up having a bit of a love affair with John Turturro.
Okay.
And these two old, awesome actors falling in love with each other is adorable. That's a messed up show, Severance. I don't know if anybody else in the studio watched it, but it's
I
on
watched
Apple
a little
TV+.
bit, and you were so I don't know how I feel about this show from the beginning. That I thought, okay, maybe I can dodge a bullet here.
It's really good.
I respect what they were trying to do, but I just didn't have the time to invest in it.
It messes with your brain.
We also have supporting actress in a drama series. Patricia Arquette for Severance. Julie Garner in Ozark.
Oh, she's such a bitch.
Young Ho Yun in Squid Game. Christina Ricci in Yellow Jackets. Rhea Seehorn in Better Call Saul.
Seahorn.
Jay Smith.
Forever.
Jay Smith.
Seahorses forever.
I want to see her win.
Who?
Rhea Seehorn. I had never heard of her before, and then shows up in Better Call Saul, and I'm like, where has she been my entire life? No, she's great.
Where have you been all my life?
Were you a seahorse captain?
Seahorses forever.
And like little bags. Jay Smith Cameron for Succession. Sarah Nook for Succession. God, everybody in Succession is nominated.
Well, that's the clear favorite.
And Sydney Sweeney in Euphoria.
Now, Sydney Sweeney's nominated twice. Two different shows.
Oh, yeah?
Oh. Yeah.
In a comedy series or something?
So she's got Euphoria, and she's got the other one that she's on. The White is it White Lotus?
Oh, White Lotus.
Did I mention that earlier? I don't know. All right. Then we have comedy series. So outstanding comedy series, Abbott Elementary.
It's a funny show. It's not everybody, and you said, Preston,
it's not my thing.
It's delivered in the manner that The Office was delivered in, sort of a verite, a film crew chronicling what's going on. It's not everybody's cup of tea. I think it's great.
Then we have Barry, Curb Your Enthusiasm, Hacks,
Love Hacks,
Marvelous Mrs. Maisel, Only Murders in the Building, Ted Lasso, and What We Do in the Shadows.
That's a freaking tough category because I love Ted Lasso. Hacks is hilarious and wonderful and heartfelt.
I love Only Murders.
Only Murders is great.
It's my favorite show right now.
I got to pull for Ted Lasso. I just got so much joy out of that.
By the way, for Casey, in Only Murders in the Building in season number 2,
Shirley MacLaine?
Shirley MacLaine shows up, and she plays a little bit of a sex pot.
All right.
So, yeah.
Okay. Lead actor in a comedy series, Bill Hader for Barry, Donald Glover for Atlanta, Nicholas Hoult for The Great, Steve Martin, Only Murders in the Building, Martin Short, Only Murders in the Building, Jason Sudeikis for Ted Lasso.
So they're saying Selena Gomez was snubbed.
Yeah, that's in the next category.
Yeah.
So, yeah, she was left out.
Who else from Ted Lasso would you nominate? I think
Britt, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Britt Goldstein.
Yeah.
He's in there, right?
He's fantastic. Not in the lead actor.
No, he's in because it seems like Ted Lasso has like 3 or 4.
Yeah, so we got to get
in
to
this-
the supporting cast. So lead, and then Marissa brought us the list of snubs.
Thick.
There's 6 snubs.
My name is Matt Cowper. I'm presenting this year's snubs.
Suck. Lead actress in a comedy series, Rachel Brosnahan for The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel, Quinta Brunson for Abbott Elementary, Kaylee Cuoco for The Flight Attendant.
She was nominated a couple times for a Golden Globe for this. I think she won one of them.
Elle Fanning for The Great, Issa Rae for Insecure, and then Jean Smart for Hacks. So, yes, Selena Gomez, Only Murders in the Building. They feel she was snubbed for lead actress in a comedy series. So, supporting actor in a comedy series nominated are Anthony Carrigan for Barry. There's Brett Goldstein for Ted Lasso.
There you go.
And also Toheeb Yimo for Ted Lasso. I assume that's how you pronounce his last name, or it might be Gimo. I'm not sure. Nick Mohammed for Ted Lasso. Who does Toheeb play? Oh, he plays Sam.
Yep.
Yeah.
Very good.
Nick Mohammed for Ted Lasso. Tony Shalhoub for The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel. Tyler James Williams for Abbott Elementary. Henry Winkler for Barry.
Nice.
That'd be cool.
And Bowen Yang for Saturday Night Live.
Bowen
He's
Yang
great,
is
man.
really great. He is.
You know what I love about him, Steve? He has all his lines memorized. It seems like.
Yeah, he does.
He
Yeah.
doesn't seem to be reading off of cue cards all that much.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm surprised that Saturday Night Live is in comedy series. I
Yeah,
thought it would
that
be
is
in,
kind of weird.
like,
Variety or
live
something? Yeah.
variety
Right,
series or
right,
something
right.
along those lines, yeah. And then supporting actress in a comedy series, Alex Borstein for The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel. She is great in that. Hannah Einbinder for Hacks. I think that's how you say her
She's
name.
excellent.
Janelle James for Abbott Elementary. Kate McKinnon for Saturday Night Live. Sarah Niles for Ted Lasso. Cheryl Lee Ralph for Abbott Elementary. Juno Temple for Ted Lasso. And Hannah Waddingham for Ted Lasso. Who is Sarah Niles in Ted Lasso?
I don't know.
Nick, if you wouldn't mind looking her up, because I know who Hannah Waddingham is.
Oh, she's
Juno
a therapist.
Temple.
Oh, she's great.
The therapist. She is in the one season. She is wonderful. in that.
So Waddingham won the last year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she was great. Yeah.
And Juno Temple, they're going against each other again.
Let me read some of the snubby snubs.
Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for attending the Snubs Banquet.
He holds the banquet.
What's for lunch? What are we having to eat? Anything nice at the banquet? Subs.
Oh, makes
Subs
sense.
for snubs.
Yeah.
All right, so
Some suds and snubs.
So let me see here. Oh wait, was Caitlin supported?
Yeah, and so you just read. You just read the not that Caitlin, our friend Caitlin Olsen was nominated, but she was a guest
actress
Yeah.
in a comedy series. I didn't go through that category. I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry.
But she was
Sorry.
not
I
supporting
snubbed her.
actress.
Snubbed her.
Yeah. So all right. Well, that's
Presenting with me is Caitlin.
well, good for her.
Yeah, Caitlin Olsen is incredible. I love her.
Hope she wins.
Yeah, that'd be great.
All right. So some of the snubs. Reservation Dogs, acclaimed and
Who's
people-
got the reservations now, dog?
I watched that whole show. That's Taika Waititi created this show about people, Native Americans, and it takes place in Oklahoma. It's really well done. It's funny, and it's really quick to binge. It's like half-hour long episodes.
It was a Peabody Award-winning series.
It's fantastic.
All right, so we mentioned Selena Gomez. This Is Us.
That's Kathy's favorite show.
The final season that was snubbed.
Oh, wow.
Sean Penn and Julia Roberts. It says nothing for the Gaslit stars. Their warring and Watergate stained John Mitchell and Martha Mitchell were 2 for the ages from 2 of the all-time best. So I don't know. We mentioned Yellowstone.
Right.
That's a snub.
It's a complete snub. And what's the series that's the spinoff?
1883.
Oh, 18. Yeah, I think it's 1883.
Is that the year?
I think that's the year.
Yeah.
You know what, though? Back to This Is Us, there was a year where they took almost everything.
Right.
So, although they may have been snubbed this year, it wasn't like they weren't recognized.
Sucks
for them, though.
Gary
I'll be presenting the snubbies.
Gary Oldman for Slow Horses. Jessica,
Goddamn horse is so slow.
Jessica, would you already with the horse?
horse I've ever bet on. For Christ's sake, I could skip faster. This is a bad series. Where's Reginald? He's got that very slow horse. I would have been here an hour ago, but my horse has to stop and smell every piece of flower and foliage on the way. Goddamn slow horse.
Every episode is just about how ridiculously slow.
Sorry, meant to be on time. I know you've got the slowest horse in town. We've heard it.
All right, another snub is Jessica Chastain for Scenes from a Marriage.
Okay.
Oh, is that the one with Oscar Isaac?
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Benjamin Bratt. Let's see.
DMZ.
What was it from? Yeah, DMZ.
All right, so I was watching that. Steve, did you watch that with Rosario Dawson's in it?
I did not.
Okay.
What'd you think?
I didn't make it all the way through. Because
Okay.
I thought it was going to be one thing, and then it sort of turned into something. I don't want to say it turned in. It was something else.
You're
it wasn't
saying
what
one thing leads to another.
No, I thought it presented itself through the trailers as it was going to be one thing.
Right.
And I was waiting for it to be that thing. And then when it wasn't that thing, I bailed.
Where's the big red dog?
Yeah.
All right, also snubbed was Made, the series. We all loved that.
Absolutely.
Wait, Made, yes. Yeah.
That
Oh,
to me
yeah.
is sort of.
Took me a minute to catch on.
It's heart-wrenching and wonderful performances.
Were you thinking MADE instead of MADE?
Yeah. I was like, wait, I didn't watch that one.
Apparently, Margaret Qualley was recognized, but Andie MacDowell, she was incredible in
She's
that.
his
And
bipolar mother who's
got
off. Yeah.
Snubbed. Grayson.
She's in Groundhog Day.
Grace and Frankie. That was
Oh, that's a
snubbed.
great show.
Apparently, it
So
was
it's Lily Tomlin and Jane Fonda.
Jane Fonda, that's right.
That's right.
Netflix's longest running original so far.
I tried to get into it and I
Yeah,
couldn't.
I like it a lot. Sam Waterston and a bunch of other really great actors.
I'm gonna try it again.
Also being snubbed was Pachinko.
That's a game.
Yeah, no, it's
that's
a book.
Plinko. It's a book. Your wife loves it.
Yeah, it was
recommended it.
It was her favorite book in the last few years, and then I believe Apple TV made it into a series.
They believe that Michelle Hurd from Picard was snubbed.
Picard has been a bit of a disappointment. I detach from it because I loved Next Generation. I loved Picard. Right now, for my money, the best Star Trek series is Strange New Worlds, the new one.
All right, I'm done talking about snubs.
Snubs. I was going to ask about a snub.
Well, go ahead.
Are there any Marvel/Disney Plus?
No, well, that it says, the last one says superheroes. Still,
Superheroes?
no above the line recognition for Hawkeye, Loki, Moon Knight, Peacemaker, Book of Boba Fett. None of those.
Well, because Oscar Isaac and Moon Knight. Moon Knight for me was not a great series, but his acting performance in that show was unbelievably great.
It was a tour de force.
I'm in the third episode, and we don't hate it. And he is excellent.
He's incredible. And he got nominated for something else, but man, he's so good in Moon Knight. I really think he should have gotten nominated.
I'm going to say this. I think a number of these, and I'm enjoying what they're doing, but there is this concept, and people have described it as the Disneyfying of Marvel. And they're, I'm not going to say conveyor belt like, but there needs to be a little more pop to them. You know what I'm saying, Preston?
Yeah. I've started to regretfully fade a little bit, and it sucks because it was what I was all about for years.
Yeah, and I think this, and it was something that we could sort of see coming. What is basically a glut at this point.
All right, here's a few other things. Limited, these are not snubs. These are the Emmy nominations. Limited or anthology series.
Right.
Dope Sick.
Oh, really good. Michael Keaton.
Yeah. The Dropout, Inventing Anna.
Which is, did you watch it all?
I loved it. Yep.
Yeah.
Pam and Tommy.
Again, I finished that. Did you finish?
I did not.
All right.
And The White Lotus.
Okay, so I've seen 3 of those series.
So that's there's some competition there for sure. Actor in a limited anthology series or movie. So you have Colin Firth for The Staircase.
That's not something.
Andrew Garfield for Under the Banner of Heaven.
Oh, Christ,
wow.
he's good.
Boy, did we love that. All of us who watched it.
If you say, can Andrew Garfield really act? Watch his show.
Yeah. Oscar Isaac, Scenes from a Marriage. Michael Keaton for Dope Sick.
He's excellent. He's already won, I think, a SAG award for that.
Himesh Patel for Station 11. Any of you guys watch Station 11?
No, I know people love it.
I watch it. It's strange.
Yeah.
But I'm fully invested, and I'm going to continue on it.
Okay.
And
I'm still on Station 10.
He's great.
So it's worth continuing?
It will be for me. Yeah.
Okay.
It's very unique. And it's a strange.
Unique New York?
It jumps around as far as the timeline goes. So
Yeah.
it's kind of hard to follow. But I find it interesting. And then you have Sebastian Stan and Pam and Tommy. He's excellent.
He's uncanny in that role. He's really good.
Yep. Himesh Patel was the guy in from the movie Yesterday.
Oh, I love him.
He played the main character. He's a great actor. He's been in a bunch.
And Lily James is in that film as well.
Let's see. Lead actress in a limited or anthology series or movie. Toni Collette for The Staircase.
She's great.
Julia Garner for Inventing Anna. Lily James for Pam and Tommy. Sarah Paulson, Impeachment, American Crime Story. Margaret Qualley for Maid.
There we go. That's well-deserved.
And Amanda Seyfried for The Dropout. Wow,
She's good. I watched that as well.
Good stuff.
That's the Elizabeth Holmes story.
Julia Garner is up for both for Ozark and
is she?
Inventing Anna.
Did
Yeah.
I mention her name?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're chucking awards at all these people.
Yeah. How about this? This is an interesting one. Outstanding character voiceover performances.
Ooh.
Okay. F. Murray Abraham.
Yeah, F him.
F him.
In Moon Knight.
Yeah, he's the one of the gods.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Julie Andrews in Bridgerton, Kathy. She's the narrator.
She's his talking penis.
Yeah.
No, that's Pam and Tommy.
No, that's Pam and Tommy. There's no penis in Bridgerton.
So she
It's
is,
implied nudity.
She is who they would she be Whistledown? Is that?
I
'Cause
believe
she's the one
so.
She's
speaking?
upskirt.
Okay.
Yeah.
Lady upskirt. I know this is your thing, but if you could lower it a little bit, children are in the room. I love the way the breeze blows across my pubic hair. And I respect that. But there are children in this room, and they do not want to see your aged canyon of desire.
Aged Canyon of
I'm trying
Desire.
in front of the children. I did not want to say vagina.
Keep it classy.
Aged Canyon of Desire. I've worked with you for a long time. I don't think I've ever heard that one before.
We've never had an upskirt from Julie Andrews.
Don't think I've ever heard that one before. Chadwick Boseman is posthumously nominated for What If. I don't know if I saw...
I watched that.
Did you watch that?
The Marvel series.
Oh, it's
Animated.
Yeah. I don't
Wait,
think...
no. And there is a What If. It's with Hold on.
She's big onto
The
this.
face, look like she sucked on a lemon.
Renee Zellweger.
Yes, isn't that called What If?
I
I think I did this last time, and you guys were like, "No,
Yes.
that's not what it is."
You're right. Kathy's right. There's a show called What If that
Okay.
has nothing to do with the Marvel
I watched
universe.
that.
Yes, and
What
that's-
this one was what if Captain Carter was, or what if Agent Carter became Captain America?
Exactly.
It's that type
It's
of
based
thing.
on the
It's
popular.
right in your wheelhouse.
I missed
Gav.
that one, guys.
Anyway, he was nominated for that. Maya Rudolph for Big Mouth, Stanley Tucci for Central Park, Jessica Walter for Archer, and Jeffrey Wright for What If. Who did Jeffrey Wright?
He's the narrator. He's the big voice in the sky.
Really?
He's Jeffrey Wright. Yeah.
Oh, awesome. Let's see. Structured. Now we get into some reality.
All right.
These are
Which is, we hate most of this.
structured reality programs.
Yeah,
so
structured.
these are
Scripted.
Things, well, no, these are things like Antique Roadshow,
All right.
Fixer Upper, Welcome Home, Love Is Blind, Queer Eye, and Shark Tank. So it's a reality programming, but it's based on not people living their lives, but they're on a show,
Right.
doing instruction and so on. All right, unstructured reality program. Below Deck Mediterranean.
Yes. Yes.
Do people love that show?
There's I watched a little bit of it.
Love it.
Yeah.
It's pretty wild.
I like the locations and the boats.
Yeah.
The people.
No,
are
the
annoying.
people are
Yeah.
impossibly hot, too.
Cheer. Love on the Spectrum.
That's the... no, I'm thinking of a different show. I'm thinking of What If.
No, stop. I know what you're
RuPaul's
thinking of, though.
Drag Race Untucked and Selling Sunset.
Untucked.
Get it?
Because they have to
let the junk
tuck
fly.
back their junk. By the way, I don't know what RuPaul does, but it's nothing.
It's great.
David Blaine couldn't conjure up a better trick than making.
All right, best competition program: The Amazing Race, Lizzo's Watch Out for the Big Girls.
Right, that's Bill Weston's favorite show. Love it. Love the big ladies. They're sassy.
We got Bill and Cowper in this
Love them.
break.
Love the big ladies. Big love pillows.
Also up for that award, Nailed It, RuPaul's Drag Race, Top Chef, and The Voice.
I still think we should do Nailed It.
And try and
Well, that sucked.
So, yeah,
we
well,
could do an
that
entire.
sucked.
We could do a 10-year series of just your failures. No, with Kathy's. Well, that sucks. Should be the show. Yeah.
How about this? Outstanding documentary or nonfiction series.
Okay.
100-Foot Wave.
Oh, I watched that,
it.
yeah.
I think I watched 2 episodes. It was pretty wild.
Yeah.
You know, this guy's
I've not
trying
seen
to
it, no.
surf this gigantic wave.
Yeah.
And goes all over the world to find one. Jesus, a Kanye, or no, it's Yeezus.
Jesus.
A Kanye trilogy.
I tried to watch that.
No, I couldn't take it.
Yeah.
The Andy Warhol Diaries. The Beatles Get Back.
That'll win.
Man, do I hope that wins. But it's up against the last one, which is We Need to Talk About Cosby.
Oh.
So, and I didn't see that.
That is it, who's the host of that?
I don't know.
All right. Forget about it. Forget I even brought it up.
Is it Theo?
It's Theo.
Theo, let's talk about Theo. What are you hosting this show? Theo's Revenge.
Theo's Revenge.
Oh, Godfrey's on that show. We're gonna have Godfrey on soon, aren't we, Case?
Is it Kamal?
W. Kamal Bell?
Yeah, I believe it's a bunch of different people discussing the Cosby conundrum.
Dougie Doug is in it as well, and some people that have been really close to Cosby over the years.
Michael Jai White.
Yeah.
Bunch of turncoats.
Yeah, all right.
Former friends, suck it.
And all right, and then you have outstanding host for a reality or reality competition program. So if you have Bobby Burke, well, it's all the people that are on Nailed It. Or no, I'm sorry, all the people on Queer Eye.
Yeah.
Nicole Meyer for Nailed It. All the sharks in Shark Tank. Padma Lakshmi for Top Chef. Amy Poehler and Nick Offerman for Making It. I don't know that show.
I think that is like a DIY furniture woodworking thing.
He busts out his carpenter skills.
Really?
Yeah, and Nick
Which he
Offerman.
is very accomplished.
Yeah, it's impressive and kind of annoying how good he is at it.
And then RuPaul for RuPaul's Drag Race, by the way. So there's some other things on here, but that's the crux of it all.
This is a category I didn't know existed, and I don't know if it's new or not, but a television movie. So there's movies that they plop on TV nowadays. And one of them's Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers,
I
which
loved
was
it.
it was so good. I really enjoyed it on Disney Plus, but I don't think that this has happened before, but maybe I'm mistaken.
It's funny because the line is so blurred between
It is.
What is a movie
Right.
and what is a theatrical release.
Because can't you get nominated for a theatrical release if it's on Netflix?
Yes, but also if all you have to do is take the movie and run it in a theater somewhere.
Right. Because Don't Look Up last year got nominated for Best Picture.
And it ran in the theaters for like a week.
And that's a Netflix movie, yeah. All right.
Yeah, I don't know. But they're I see a great synthesis between these two award shows.
Yeah.
At some point, but then it'd have to be, I guess, 6 hours long. Because Lord knows they don't get enough accolades there in Hollywood.
Yeah.
All right, so those are the Emmy nominations. And who knows, maybe we'll be nominated for our most recent Daily Rush video, which is the Alien Morning Radio Show.
That's damn good.
And you can watch that now. Subscribe to our Daily Rush.
Smash the button.
Subscribe, smash it on our YouTube channel, if you would, please. So the Alien Morning Radio Show says scientists are receiving radio signals from deep space, and the Alien Morning Show is giving away 500 credits every parsec on the parsec. Good morning, Alpha Centauri. So sponsored by Xfinity's Geek Speed Internet. You can learn more at xfinity.com. So I just wanted to mention that. All right, we are going to take a break, and I'll remind you one more time, we do have a secret text word chance for you to see the band Highly Suspect Franklin Music Hall on October 8th, and tickets go on sale this Friday. There's a pre-sale if you go to WMMR.com and text word secret to 39333. We'll get a winner in just a little bit when we come back. The bizarre file stories you've been waiting for. Stay put. way, the next Dick, let's welcome Dick Mayberry to the studio. Mr. Mayberry is coming over here. Is there any history of Dicks in your family?
Yeah, I'm the third.
Okay.
My grandfather went by Dick.
Do you get any?
on the dance floor.
As far as Mayberry, your last name, you get any Andy Griffith throwbacks from that?
No, Dick maybe Harry. I have.
Dick maybe Harry.
I like it. Get on the scale, man. Let's see what you come in at. Dick Mayberry. All right.
I want 6 dicks, man.
I was saying sticks.
Sure you were.
Sticks. Let's bring in the next Dick. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Dick Schmidt. And we welcome in. Any other Dicks in your family?
My father. My father was another big. He was another big dick.
Another big Dick.
Yeah, about the same size as me.
All right, so we are doing the official measuring. Dr. Mike's going to get his number. He's waiting for the scale to settle. And when he settles on a number, he's got it. You can step back off of there, Dick. And let me see. Who else we have?
Take a look at my face, Dick.
Well, let's bring in Dick Belcastro, our last Dick that we have. Come right over here to Nick, if you would, please. Anybody in your family call you Dick?
Not generally, no. My granddad went by Dick.
Okay.
Dad was Richard. I'm Richard. My brother's Peter.
Peter. There's clearly something going on.
Let's get you on the scale. Let's weigh you. Turn around. Dr. Mike is going to get a number.
Here we are. Step up.
All right. So how we doing,
Nick? We've crunched the numbers over here in the entertainment division, and
you can announce our winner. Nick, give us the number and then our winner, if you would, please, for the biggest girth amongst our Dicks.
Biggest Dick in the Delaware Valley girth division goes to Dick number 2, Richard Zaleski.
Oh, you're kidding me.
The biggest Dick. 397.6 pounds.
397.
Nearly 400 pounds a dick.
Actually, he was Dick number 1 I have here on our list, which means both of our first Dicks are our winners. Richard Zaleski, right?
Yes, I'm sorry. He was number 2 on my list, number 1 in the contest.
And
You're right,
number
Preston.
1 in your hearts, ladies and gentlemen. Dick Zaleski!
Yeah!
Police said 2 drivers on 95 were involved in a road rage incident that ended in gunfire Monday evening. It happened just before 5 o'clock while the 2 cars were exiting the highway on Route 413 in Bristol Township. The victim's car had 2 bullet holes from a .45 caliber semi-automatic handgun. Police said a man pulled up to the victim's car, told him to lower the window, and when he did, the man pointed a gun into the car.
Let's go.
I bet the shooter was from Delco, though. I mean, we'll see when they get him. We'll find out. One shot pierced the right rear quarter panel of the 2011 silver Hyundai Accent. A second bullet was lodged in the top of the passenger side door, where police said the metal and rubber trim stopped the round from hitting the person in the passenger
So it
seat.
wasn't shooting at the car, shooting at the person in the car.
Police said the driver was aggressive in the moments prior to the shooting. He kept flashing his high beams, and he followed the victim off of the highway, pacing the car, and then stopped at the traffic light with the victim.
Roll down your window. I want to shoot you.
Yeah. Hey, I have a completely unrelated question, Steve, because just now when you said roll down your window, I want to shoot you, you gestured like this.
Right, yeah.
You took his index finger and did a circling motion.
Yeah. Still do,
You think young people know what that means?
Probably not.
Let me go to Marissa. Hi.
All right, it's so
Does
funny.
that mean roll your window down to them?
I don't know, but last year, do you guys remember when we talked to Kate Beckinsale? This is like a total stretch. We talked to Kate Beckinsale, and it was the day that Joel Embiid had tweeted at her, like the day before.
Yeah.
Or Instagrammed at her. I pull up on like 19th and Arch, and Joel Embiid is next to me that afternoon. And I look at him, and I like go wide-eyed, and I go, oh my God, roll down your window. And I'm doing the rolling motion, and he looks at me, and he had no idea what I was talking about. He's
Well,
like,
actually, that looks a little bit like manual stimulation.
Marissa, but you had your fist like this doing that.
I'm going to take care of you sexually.
Yes. Usually people go like this.
Right. Roll
with,
down
with your
your
index finger.
No.
It's like this.
It's like,
It's
no,
like-
not like this.
Wait, I'm sorry. It's like
Preston.
That means roll your window.
Roll down your window.
Nothing to do with your mouth.
Wait, Preston. Preston. Roll down your window.
Oh,
Turn around and show
you'd
your
have to be watching our studio cams right now to get it. Yeah.
roll down your window. You guys are so inappropriate right now.
Casey's grabbing his ankles. He has his legs up in the air.
Roll down your window.
You need a whole fist to roll
Or
down
this.
the window, guys.
Roll down your
Hey, guys. Hang on a second. Let me get
I didn't understand. No, I wanted you to roll down your window.
Oh, there's a Daily Rush video right there.
Where's the dildo? You can smack that on your face. Roll down the window.
Sorry, Marissa.
So he didn't get that?
I think I eventually put down the window a little bit, and I told him, and he kind of gave me that smile and sped away.
Cars, this, if you go like this, a button pushing thing.
Yeah, no one's going to know what that is. Roll down your window.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay, sorry about that.
Okay. All right, moving along.
Arm vaginas.
What does that mean?
Okay.
God, they finally did this.
There has been a slow but steady rise of removal surgery for arm vaginas.
So are they making arm vaginas for replacement vaginas?
No.
How exactly does this work?
This is actually armpit folds within where people have these issues, and they call it the arm vagina.
Oh, I never.
Yep.
I didn't know that's what it was called.
Yeah.
So explain a little bit of the laws here.
It's like arm fat. It's like armpit fat that hangs over when you wear like a tube top.
Oh, that looks like a
camel toe. Looks like a camel toe, right?
Just extra like fat and skin. It's not.
There are some though that happen to fall into a very vagina-esque looking flap, and those are the ones you got to correct early.
You got to get rid of that.
You got to get rid of those early. Other ones just look like, hey, they're a little roll of fat and a little, popping fresh, but you never would do that to an arm vagina.
The vagina flap. The surgeries performed vary.
It sounds like a bad 50s dance. Everybody's doing the vagina flap now. Come on, baby, do the vagina flap now. Swing your big arms like you have two vaginas.
Come on, baby, do the vagina flap now.
A little bit of lotion and he'll come right there.
Come up. Oh, we're done singing?
No, if you want to sing.
I can't get that on. Yeah.
The surgeries performed vary depending on the cause and extent of an arm vagina.
When they have those drastic weight losses and people, I don't honestly know surgically how they can remove that without it killing the person. You see, like, there was one guy who had, it looked like he was melting how loose his skin was. If they talk about a tummy tuck as being invasive, how the hell do you do that?
They also use mini liposuction and the removal of excess skin. They are popular non-surgical methods.
Can you do the gentleman stitch on those?
Along with injections that are claimed to break down fat.
My chick's arms are so tight. Just saying.
So that's a new one apparently out there. The arm vagina.
My chick's arms are so tight. Just saying.
So that's a new one apparently out there. The arm vagina. This could go along actually with the connoisseur, believe it or not, because this is
the custodian, the connoisseurian. He eats old food. Is this fresh?
No, this is the little known history.
The little known history
of fruit roll-ups.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, wow.
You guys are all on board now, aren't you?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the first fruit roll-up was created by Ivan the Terrible.
No. But it's older than you think.
Is it older than Jesus?
No. The thin sheets of fruit treats known as fruit roll-ups have been a staple of supermarkets since 1983 when General Mills introduced the snack to satisfy the sweet tooth of kids everywhere. But
1983, so the Civil War had just ended.
Right. No, but the fruit roll-up has an origin that goes much further back, all the way to the turn of the 20th century, believe it or not. The small community of Syrian immigrants in New York in the early 1900s didn't have the packaging or the marketing power of General Mills, but they had the novel idea of offering an apricot-sourced fruit leather that they called Emmerdine.
Did you know that Frederick Douglass invented Razzles?
No. Wow.
Razzles.
All right.
That's the candy that becomes a gum.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you like Razzles?
I do. Yeah. As a kid, I used to like it. I would like, is this Razzle going to be a candy or a gum?
Yeah.
The world was at my feet.
And when it turns into a gum,
Too late.
The flavor lasts like
The
10
flavor's
seconds.
pretty much gone.
Right,
yeah. When a trade publication detailed the family's process in the early 1970s, it opened the floodgates for other companies to begin making the distinctive treat. Sunkist was an early player, but when General Mills put their considerable advertising power behind their fruit roll-ups, they became synonymous with the snack.
What's your favorite fruit roll-up flavor?
I always just went for the strawberry, which was kind of the first one that came out.
To me, it sort of tasted like a Twizzler a little bit.
I tried like the healthier version of the fruit roll up, and Jace was like, "I don't like these. Can we get those?" And it was,
you
the
don't like
traditional
mommy's kale roll-ups.
It was like a little
They're
more.
actually not that bad.
Are they?
Healthier version.
Are they? I've never had them.
But when you have the original, which is delicious, he knows the difference now.
Yeah.
Jore is still in business, offering kosher roll-ups that rely more heavily on fruit than the more processed commercial version.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but Jore is Superman's father, right?
No, that's Jor-El.
Oh.
But I thought you were going to say Geordi, and he's on Star Trek Next Generation. But the companies have one more important thing in common. They both have the sense not to refer their product as fruit leather anymore.
Yeah, fruit leather would not be as tasty.
But I was not aware of the history.
I always thought it was like a sort of chemical thing that they put together in the 80s, and here it's sort of fruit. Parents will be down with this.
Yep.
You've opened up my eyes, historian.
Thank you. Please welcome Mr. Brian Posehn.
Yeah.
To the show.
You were on Big Bang Theory last night, and your character on the show is hilarious. You're a geologist, and a rock nerd. A rock nerd, and and I was talking to you off air about that show. And originally when it came on, I was like, I don't know. And then it became clear that there is a strong geek base in the writers' room
for
there,
sure,
because
yeah.
they were getting it all right, and that's what brought me into it.
Yeah, no, there's giant nerds in that writing room. for
Right.
sure, Yeah, there's guys from Futurama and places like that, and they're really smart and very geeky.
Very geeky, and they actually
the cast isn't.
Really? So nobody on the show?
No,
with
because
all
I've
of
been
that-
there a lot, and like the first couple of times we'd be hanging out, and like there was a comic book store actually on the set.
Yeah.
And I'm, looking at everything in there, and I was
The crater of the volcano. Because he dropped his phone in there. And then he was charged with taking a forbidden route. The incident happened on Saturday. Then the 23-year-old and his family reached the 4,202-foot summit of the volcano, towering over the southern Italy of Naples. And the tourist and three of his relatives bypassed the visitor entrance to the volcano and took what was called a forbidden route to the summit.
Forbidden means you can't do it.
You're not supposed to.
Yeah.
The 23-year-old was taking a selfie when his phone slipped out of his hands and fell into the mouth of the volcano. The man then descended into the crater to try and retrieve his phone, only to fall several meters before losing his balance.
I got it.
Emergency services were able to pull the man out of the crater and treat him for cuts and bruises on his arms and back. The visitor and three of his relatives were charged with the invasion of public land.
How far did he fall? Did they mention?
I don't know. It just said several meters. I don't think it was very far, but he went into a volcano to get his phone. A bone-chilling sight in the middle of sunny San Luis Obispo on Sunday. A passerby had noted an abandoned casket near the 101 freeway by the Santa Rosa overpass in California Central Coast.
Man.
Kelsey Child said, I was like, wait a second, that's a coffin. That's not supposed to be there. And I kind of screamed out in the car, that's a coffin.
That's a coffin!
Crossing her fingers that there was not a body inside, Childs posted some up-close pictures on social media. Soon the pictures exploded and people couldn't help but theorize how it ended up there. Child said it definitely looked like it was used, whether it was buried or whatever. It was definitely wear and tear on it.
It definitely does look like it's exhumed.
So imaginations ran wild and questions swirled. The most common question, is there anyone in there? Well, the reality is not quite as Hollywood as people were speculated. According to the California Highway Patrol, it belonged to a pedestrian, and when they made contact with her, she was pushing it along the side of the 101. After speaking with a pedestrian, the police said, we realized she was part of the transient community here in San Luis Obispo. She came across it in a dump pile outside of a building that was being refurbished. And part of her statement was that it was given to her by construction crews who said that it was going to be thrown out. And at that point, she just took possession of it.
Was she sleeping in it?
I don't know what she was doing with it, but she was pushing it down the road. I don't know what her plans were for it.
Gonna fill it with M&Ms.
But the CHP collaborated with the Sheriff's Department to confirm that there were no missing or stolen caskets in the last couple of days. Gray squirrels in the UK may soon be given oral birth control medication in an attempt to keep the invasive species at bay as part of a government plan. Gray squirrels, the common bushy-tailed rodents native to North America, were introduced to
I'll take my pill and you put on your condom.
Oh, my God.
They were introduced, I didn't know this, to the UK as curiosities in the late 19th century by wealthy individuals. They thought they were so much fun.
Oh, yeah.
Over several decades, the squirrels spread prolifically, eventually leading to a ban on their import in 1937, and that is still in force today. But it was too late. The gray squirrel population had cemented itself in the country, posing a threat to the native smaller red squirrel and causing damage to forestry. Gray squirrels are a threat to red squirrels due to competition for resources in space and also because they carry diseases that does not appear to affect grays but often kills red squirrels.
You have to think these things through when you introduce another species from a faraway land.
Yep. So the contraceptive method is being worked on by a team from the UK government's Animal and Plant Health Agency as part of a 5-year development project due to end in January 2024. So they have this special hopper that they use that only these squirrels can get into that's going to have the birth control in it.
It's crazy.
Yeah. In Florida, a man caught a very large bear raiding his refrigerator in his garage Saturday.
A 9 out of 10.
Saturday afternoon. Jason Mickle, the homeowner, said that he was alerted by his neighbor that a bear was in his garage. Mickle said he grabbed his phone to start recording the experience before even walking into the garage. And from the video, you can see what he found. The bear was up on its hind legs with the fridge door open.
Meister Brown, really?
When it was spooked by Mickle. Mickle greeted the bear saying, "Going through my fridge, I see, aren't you? Going to eat all my food?" And as he speaks to the bear, it walks off, but not before picking up a container of food and carrying it into the neighbor's yard. The man then followed the bear in his car and found it found it around the block at another neighbor's house where it sat down and rested for about 5 minutes. The bear then continued on to another garage before making it down another block of the woods, according to Mickle. A tourist from Michigan who tried to retrace the steps of a family who died during a grueling summer hike in Northern California had to be rescued last week after getting lost.
Was this that story? Where was it? Was it in...
It was in Mariposa County.
Oh, okay.
All right, so the man who has not been identified was reported missing near the trail where officials last year found the bodies of Jonathan Garish, his wife Ellen Chung, their 1-year-old daughter.
I remember the story.
And their dog. Yeah, they couldn't figure out what was happened. Law enforcement reviewed and ruled out causes of death such as murder, lightning strikes, poisoning, illegal drugs, and suicide. After a 2-month investigation, authorities determined the family and their dog died of extreme heat exhaustion after running out of water while hiking last year on a sunny August afternoon when temperatures reached 109 degrees in the steep mountain terrain. So on June 29th, a hiker called authorities after noticing the man's car was still parked at the trailhead. The caller had met the tourist from Michigan a day earlier when he told him he was investigating the family's deaths because he found the case of death odd. So he was doing his own research.
Yeah.
All right? Search and rescue crew, with the help of a helicopter, found the man later that day. The tourist was described as being in his mid-60s, approximately 5'6" and 200 pounds, and wearing sweatpants on some of the hottest days we've seen this year, according to police. The man began his hike.
My research is not going too well.
In an area with a closed gate and marked with a closed sign. He had finished the water from the 2 1-gallon water containers he was carrying and had to drink water from a nearby river. After rescuers found him, the man wanted to know if there had been updated algae testing on the water. He was treated for dehydration and badly blistered feet before he left the area in his rental car against medical advice. So this guy's following all the rules.
Sweatpants.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
All right, and there you go. That is your bizarre file. We have a secret text word. We now need a winner. And Kathy, give me a number caller, please.
6.
All right, we'll take the 6th caller at 215-263-WMMR and see if you know the word of the week. We'll come back with the lesson question as well, trash and music news. So it's coming up.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Who's ever writing again, you say the writers are geeks, so that makes a difference. But on that comic book set, and much to my wife's chagrin, I will point to things. I have that piece. I have that piece.
Wow.
She's like, oh my God, shut up, nerd.
It's really bad. Yeah,
There's a certain way you're supposed to read comics, and I don't know what that is. Are you supposed to look at the picture first? You're supposed to read the dialogue first? Can you do either
I
or?
cannot help you.
But
you
I've
can't
heard
even
that.
figure it out.
I've heard that before.
I've never heard that.
Yeah,
it's confusing if you first pick it up, but if you start reading a few titles, about where the panels are and where the word bubbles are.
Oh, right, the way the storytelling.
I always find that my eye goes naturally to where it's supposed to go, especially if you're dealing with good writers and good illustrators.
If you read a few,
the normal flow will take you there.
There's some Deadpools I could recommend.
That you wrote.
How many did you write?
45.
Wow.
Yeah.
Your stuff is exceptionally good. I have to tell you, I love what you do with the character, and I know we talked about the first movie, and you were happy with the outcome.
I mean, I keep thinking at some point they're going to use one of our characters, and if they do,
who would you want them to use?
Well, the woman we had in Mary Shiklo, which was, I would think would be a cool wife. It's so nerdy. But
no,
she's the queen of the vampires. And, I just think it would be a good juxtaposition for the character.
It would be very cool, but you know what? And here's the most telling thing is the case can no longer be made that this is just peripheral stuff. This right now, and I mentioned Thor Ragnarok before he came on. This is what is fueling Hollywood.
Oh, yeah.
This is it.
Yeah, there's not a lot of other big movies. All the big movies are geeky movies.
Right.
Yeah, for sure.
And also, the best ones and the most successful ones are the ones that are deeper and have more meaning and that are characters that are well written. And,
right.
And I was talking with Nick Murphy, who's he's a fellow nerd too. But these universes that exist beyond the movie, the characters that exist beyond the movie, they make the entire movie more compelling.
Right. And then, like for me, as I was watching Thor, and they got it so right. Part of my head was exploding because I was like, this is something I've always wanted.
Right.
And no one's ever gotten it right, but these guys are getting it right. Like, whoever's involved at Marvel and,
Well, Kevin Feige?
Yeah, but all the guys. Yeah, Feige.
So to deal with this, and because we have been through, we're old enough to remember the failed Thor attempt on the Hulk TV series.
Right.
The guy who was basically like a beach bum, with a horrible plastic-looking hammer, and it was just all the failed attempts. Spider-Man basically rappelling down a building.
Right.
This was stuff they could never pull off. Now, not only are they pulling it off right now, they're nailing it to the original imagery that we loved to begin with.
Well, yeah, it had that Jack Kirby feel, and we're making this so geeky.
Well, speaking of geeky,
I love when I do a nerd voice when I'm being nerdy, like I need to.
Your nerd poker. This has gotten such a buzz. Please explain to people what goes on here.
Well, it's just Dungeons and Dragons, but I've always looked at D&D as like it's just a geeky form of poker because for me and my friends, it's more about the hang than it is the actual game. And that's what a lot of D&D nerds don't like my podcast because we play D&D, but we also mess around. And
it's light and loose.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of dudes hanging out in a room.
And is it an ongoing story? I'm sorry, because I don't know. So, So when you guys show up every week, it continues from the week prior.
Yeah, and our dungeon master has to remind us because I have a short attention span, and I've smoked some stuff over the years.
Just a bit. Who surprised you? Who's come out of the woodworks as a D&D
Well, we
fan?
had on our show, we had Joe Manganiello on our show, and
that guy's wild.
My wife was like calling all her friends, like, he's in my living room.
He's Sofia Vergara,
come on
Magic
over.
Mike, and True Blood. Yeah.
He's super handsome.
Yeah.
Like me, we're all geeks, and we were all looking at him going, he's dreamy. And then he pulled out his box of figures, and he's more into Dungeons and Dragons than anybody I know, than anybody I've ever played with. Like, and Patton Oswalt used to paint his own figures.
Oh my God!
But Manganiello has like this whole, and they're alphabetized and super like OCD.
Did you start making fun of him?
I felt pretty cool. I'm like, look at this geek. I'm kind of the badass in the room.
That's great.
What a nerd.
I don't understand it. And I've tried to play, and I've gotten really.
I
pissed off.
I think I'm too stupid. My attention span is
I'm
too
borderline. I'm like, I feel like I'm in that room. I'm the dumbest guy in that room. And with my son's 8 years old, and he's not into D&D yet, but he's getting into all the other stuff, Star Wars and comic books, and he's already schooling me. Like, we're talking about Star Wars, and this is something I've liked for 40 years. And he knows more about it already than I do.
Well, you know, he enters into it though with the full catalog ready to go.
Right.
We had to get it through attrition and and incrementally.
Right.
And that's
his hard drive hasn't been affected by anything yet.
Right.
You know what I mean?
But
his memory.
he's fully
his memory's
wired.
better.
Yeah, but it's part of the deal. The games are like you see them in the back of the comic book stores and they're playing. I'm like, man, it looks like it's so cool and you can get lost in it, but I can't. I would find myself playing with the figures too much, like the little, that's me. Like I remember the game Mousetrap as a kid. I never played the game. I just played with the Mousetrap.
Nice.
So it's all part of the deal.
Too dumb for Mousetrap.
I was too dumb for Mousetrap. So that shows you why I can't succeed at this. What are the games? What are the things are you into on that level? The D&D? Are you Magic the Gathering as well, or are they two separate camps?
It's not even that. It's like I'm so obsessive that certain things I've stayed away from. Like I never got into World of Warcraft because I just knew my wife would never see me again and would probably divorce me. And same thing with Magic the Gathering. I think if I got into it, I would have all the cards and I'd be on eBay buying them in the middle of the night. I got to get the wand of whatever, and
Yesterday, my wife is going through our closet. She's getting her coat to go outside, and she pulls out. I bought this jacket from the Rocketeer, Kathy. This leather jacket, because I got the helmet. She pulls it out and she goes, "What is this?" And it's those moments.
Well, it goes with the helmet.
It goes with the helmet. That's exactly what I said.
Wives don't understand that.
My son told me last night. He goes, "Dad," he's 17 years old. He goes, "Did you know that there's a rumor that if you stay a virgin until you're 30, you have wizardly powers?"
You're like, no, honey.
It was pretty damn funny.
Wow.
So that maybe they're holding out for that. Some of the geeks.
Maybe it's possible.
Oh,
I never heard that one.
Yeah, I didn't either.
I made it to 21, and now I'm
a little bit of close up magic.
Yeah, I got pretty close. Seventh level mage.
Did you get started in it by just like doing your own little fan fiction just for fun, and then
in comic books?
Yeah. And then start showing it to people,
No, I mean, I got in because I was into it, and I was already a comic, and so I was hanging out with Marvel guys and DC guys at Comic-Con every year, and they just became my friends. And then I did this other thing for Image first with my writing partner he'd grown up working at a comic book store out in Jersey, and when he moved out to LA, he and I became friends.
Oh, okay.
Jerry Duggan, and we just wrote that book on our own. And then once we did that, Marvel kind of was like, "Well, you guys know what you're doing. Do you want to write Deadpool?" And the way it came up,
you must have crapped yourself when
I did, yeah. But I still had to even though they wanted to give me the job, I still had to prove that I was worthy. So I had to give them the first year of stories. So we had to do work to actually get the gig.
I remember because they listen. There's the long-standing tradition, and it was very hard to get into that group. I remember the story of a guy who was a writer who ended up writing for Mad Magazine over the year, and that was revered. Mad Magazine to get in there it took forever. It was like Parliament. Right. You almost had to go through that process. But once you were in, I mean, do they ever bring up the topic of other potential characters?
Oh, yeah, for sure. And I've been told I can do a Star Wars book if I want to.
Wow.
Any of the Marvel stuff. But it's just coming up with the idea because you don't want to just, half-ass it with that kind of thing.
Sure.
Because that was the thing with Deadpool always was I was worried about, making the nerdy fans mad. And Punisher fans, a lot of those guys own guns. So you don't want to make Punisher fans mad.
Yeah.
Ex-military dudes that are like, "Oh, you messed up Frank Castle, brother." And I'm like, "Oh, man."
You can't, Star Wars you can handle.
Yeah.
When a dude shows up with the.
Well, I don't know. Star Wars nerds are pretty hardcore. Yeah.
When you go out, because you are doing so much, and we described you as a modern day Da Vinci. When you go out and you're performing at comedy clubs, what is the composition of the audience coming to see you? Is it is it more nerds? Is it more TV fans of your TV work?
It's both, and I mean, I notice my fans because they look like me. A lot of black T-shirts and facial hair,
right.
and
Hunched a little bit.
Breasts, maybe.
Breasts.
Maybe they haven't taken care of themselves. a lot of doughy foods in their diet. You know, I don't know. I'm not judging.
No, it's the more the merrier.
I've lost a lot, but yeah.
Yeah, you look good.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
You're a big time rocker. You been to any concerts this season?
I went to Tom Petty's last show.
You did? The Hollywood Bowl?
Hollywood Bowl, and then the
kidding.
following week he was dead. And like, there's no way I would have, like if he would have said, "Man, this is his last show," he didn't seem, like 1 foot.
Were you so glad you went though?
Oh, absolutely. But that taught me. I'm like, I'll never say no again. Like anybody who comes through, I'll be like, that guy might die, so. Unless they're young. But yeah.
Who's on the list? Who's on the got to get to list
I
for
don't
you?
even know. I mean, well, like if Floyd ever gets back together, or Zeppelin, or any of those, obviously. But there's not too many. Tom Petty was one of the only. I had never seen him, and I'm so glad I did.
Have you seen the Stones? Yeah, it was the same question.
Yeah, I saw them in the old days.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw them with Guns N' Roses and Living Color in like 90.
That's a hell of a show.
Yeah, was it 1990, 1989 or
That was
90?
a triple bill?
Yes.
Yeah.
Ed mentioned Floyd. My youngest son is 15. He's into music, so I'm about ready to have the Dark Side of the Moon experience. I'm going to turn him on to that.
Right.
So we're going to go, and the way I remember listening to that album from beginning to end, we're going to just a dark room, light a candle, sit back, and
Ludes.
Ludes. No. We're not going to smoke weed, but we're going to listen to it. You are correct, and by them you mean highly suspect, and we are happy, Nick, hang on, to get your information and then give you a pair of tickets as MMR presents Highly Suspect at Franklin Music Hall, October 8th. Tickets are on sale Friday at 10 a.m. You can go to AXS.com. There is a pre-sale tomorrow from 10 a.m., starting at 10 a.m., and you can click concerts at WMMR.com for the password. This is the song Blood Feather from them. Great band. And we're also going to send a random texter, Dennis Crossland, from Doylestown to the exact same show.
Excellent.
So anytime you need to know info about shows coming to town, anything has to do with music and MMR, go to WMMR.com. You can get it all there. All right, today's lesson question prize, we are going to give away a $50 Rita's gift card if you can tell me which coworker of ours loves Lizzo's Watch Out for the Big Girl show. It's their favorite show, 215-263-WMMR. Do you know the answer to that? Which coworker of ours loves Lizzo's Watch Out for the Big Girl? Had a little discussion about that not that long ago at all. Were you listening? Let's find out. We'll do the trash while you're calling in.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you this morning by Live Casino and Hotel. Comedian Dom Irera coming July 22nd. And tickets are $30 and available at Philadelphia.livecasinohotel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. What's up this morning, Steve?
Well, Malia Obama seen on Saturday putting in quite a workout at SoulCycle in Los Angeles. However, her workout was nothing compared to the suit-wearing Secret Service agents on the SoulCycles next to her.
Oh my God.
You'll like this, Preston. George R.R. Martin is teasing details about his upcoming book, The Winds of Winter. The 73-year-old author says the latest installment in the Songs of Fire and Ice series will be much different in tone and will include a full-scale battle using nothing but your mama jokes.
Wow.
Seems much more different.
Yeah.
And finally, Fast and Furious star Tyrese Gibson, officially announcing he's single on social media and calling his ex-girlfriend, influencer Zelly Timothy, a filthy snake. Gibson also asked that at this time we respect his privacy and the privacy of the filthy snake. That's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, we're heading over to the phone, see if we can get an answer to this question. Which coworker of ours loves Lizzo's Watch Out for the Big Girl show? And we will go to Grant and see if we can get an answer. Hey there, Grant.
Hey, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, my friend. All right, which coworker of ours loves Lizzo's Watch Out for the Big Girl?
That would be Bill Lizzo Lover West.
Yes! Exactly correct, sir. Hang on just a second, Grant. We're going to set you up, bud. You just got yourself A $50 Rita's gift card. You can stop by Rita's today and register to win a shark and ray encounter for 4 at Adventure Aquarium. Enter via QR code enter via QR code on the promotional poster. That's how you do it. All right, time for music news.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Brought to you by Dry Tech Waterproofing Solutions. Protect your home from water damage, cracks in your foundation, and mold with Dry Tech Waterproofing Solutions. Preston and Steve listeners, you can get 50% off when you mention our show. Just go to drytechcorp.com. Came across this story this morning. Very, very interesting. 3 men were arraigned Tuesday on charges they conspired to illegally possess and sell 100 pages of notes and lyrics from the Eagles album Hotel California, including Don Henley's lyrics for the song Hotel California.
Yeah.
Also Life in the Fast Lane and New Kid in Town. A band biographer allegedly stole the handwritten manuscripts in the 1970s and in 2005 sold them to Glenn Horowitz, a rare books dealer, and one of the 3 people charged. Horowitz then sold them to Craig Inciardi and Edward Kaczynski. So the charges include conspiracy, criminal possession of stolen property, and hindering prosecution.
Ted Kaczynski was involved with this?
Yeah, the Unabomber.
It's not with a Z. It's Kossinski.
I'm a big fan.
No, I said Ed Kaczynski.
Oh.
I didn't say Ted, did I?
I don't know. I thought you did.
Ed Kaczynski. Henley filed police reports.
There's a new kid in town.
Learning that Inciardi and Kaczynski were trying to sell parts of the manuscripts, and he also told them the materials were stolen and demanded they return his property. Prosecutors say the defendants responded by engaging in years-long campaign to prevent Henley from retrieving his manuscripts. In a joint statement, the lawyers representing the 3 men said that they would fight the charges.
So they at least a couple of them were tangentially connected to the industry, and that's how they got access to this. Yeah. It's wild that they floated out there this long without them, bringing these guys to justice.
Listen, and Don Henley is fiercely protective of their music. He will fight tooth and nail to get these things back. The men also allegedly sought to sell the manuscripts through Christie's and Sotheby's auction houses and requested that Sotheby's hide Henley's claims from potential buyers prior to offering the manuscripts for sale at public auction in 2016. The district attorney's office retrieved Henley's stolen manuscripts from Sotheby's and from Kaczynski's New Jersey residence, including 84 pages of songs from the album Hotel California. Horowitz allegedly attempted to exploit the 2016 death of Glenn Fry to prevent criminal prosecution, claiming the material originated from Fry. So I think he's going to get that back.
Oh, yeah. Looks that way.
Hey, listen, 1,000 musicians spanning 25 different nations gathered in Paris to perform Guns N' Roses' 1987 classic Paradise City. The musical collective Rockin' 1000 recently paid tribute to Taylor Hawkins by performing Foo Fighters' My Hero, and had previously garnered the band's attention by covering their song Learn to Fly.
Did you see any audio? I was looking for
not for this one. Yeah, so Rockin' 1000 celebrated their 8th birthday by performing the Guns masterpiece, with the group explaining it's made up of amateurs, professionals, volunteers, kids, men, women, no matter their provenance, ethnicity, sexual orientation, or social background. What matters is to play music and love each other.
Steve, we do have audio. It was tough for them to get 1,000 people in sync. So it was like, I think it was a little bit all over the place.
Like a cacophony?
Yeah. If you it's just, you count it off. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1,000 people aren't going to start at the same time.
No,
so,
I understand,
this is what it sounded like.
Wow.
off.
I just wanted to see what that sounded like.
I know.
It sounded terrible.
Sounded like
it wasn't quite what you were going
No.
for.
sounded
but-
like millions of voices crying out.
in pain at once.
It sounds like the largest Guns N' Roses tribute ever, and was immediately stuffed out.
It's like $1 billion. It's like $1 billion. Poison frontman Bret Michaels will be inducted into the Central Pennsylvania Music Hall of Fame. Blabbermouth quoted Brandon Valentine, the president and founder of the Hall of Fame, as saying, as a nonprofit organization focused on music education for local youth, the CPMHOF is honored to recognize Bret Michaels in a positive light. Bret has always held a special place in our hearts of Central Pennsylvanians, and this fall, he'll officially be immortalized into our local Hall of Fame.
How's his health?
Yeah, I was going to ask the same question to you. Yeah.
I don't know.
Let's do it like 1,000 people now.
Okay,
How's his health?
How's his health? How's his health? His health is house.
How's his health?
No, I think he's doing better. I think he's back on the tour
Okay.
and
All right.
singing. So the announcement coincided
You conceited prick.
with Bret Michaels, who was born in Butler and raised in Mechanicsburg.
Yeah, he
Pennsylvania.
was talking
Yeah.
the interview we had with him.
Yep.
He loves the area.
They performed last night as part of the stadium tour in Hershey. And Michael said in a statement, being born and bred in Pennsylvania, I am proud to be inducted as an individual in the Central Pennsylvania Music Hall of Fame, with Poison also having been inducted on the first ever ballot. Ricky Rocket, they grew up together both in Mechanicsburg as
Isn't
well.
that wild?
Yeah. Which is, I didn't know that, which is pretty cool.
Do you think they did the Chocolate World ride at the Hershey?
I hope so. It's free. You don't even have to pay to go in the park, and it's cute. I do like going on that ride. I don't think we've ever gone there
That's how chocolate's made.
and not gone on that ride.
Rock and roll!
Dude, you have no idea.
And then you get a free sample when you're done.
He was so nice when he called
He
me on the show.
was.
It was a great conversation.
Yeah.
I would love to go to that store that's right at the end of the Chocolate World ride, because you have types of.
Oh, yeah.
You know.
Yeah, you can buy in bulk, and you can get stuff that they don't sell anywhere else, pretty much. And they have, because my favorite is pretty simple, the Hershey's with almonds, but they make the bigger, longer, thicker. Bars of those. They're the gold. They're the gold ones. Yeah, they're my regular Saturday night thing when I go there.
You're gonna be my regular Saturday night thing, baby. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Daddy's with his chocolate bar.
And it tastes different.
I think it tastes better.
I
there.
know it does.
Yep.
You know what? So it's funny when you talk about places like this. Obviously, it's right there. My wife swears that when we went to Busch Gardens, that the beer
tasted better.
Yeah. You know? I guess if you're having your flagship product at, one of your iconic places, it better taste damn good.
I think it's psychosomatic, but it
Probably
doesn't matter.
is. Yeah.
It tastes better. It's the same thing. It's the
In my
same.
head.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
It tastes better while
If
you're
you
there.
believe it tastes better, it tastes better.
And then finally, this is interesting. We were talking about the Emmys earlier. Paul McCartney and the Beatles are locked in an Emmy battle with two of their respective music documentaries up against each other for sound editing and mixing awards. The group's critically acclaimed Disney Plus series The Beatles Get Back snagged 5 Emmy nominations in this year's awards. And I forgot about this one. McCartney 3-2-1.
Yes.
That was a great documentary with Rick Rubin.
That's right. It was Rick Rubin.
Yeah.
It was very well done.
So it
1, 2, 3.
3-2-1.
That's when, Rizzo was a producer.
Yeah, and it was the groundbreaking Hulu
That's
series.
not the Belle Biv DeVoe I know. Get back here and do it again.
By the way, hold on a second. So, one of the people that was nominated for one of these awards' name is Gary A. Rizzo.
1, 2.
What'd I tell you?
Count it
You
off.
call that harmonies? I'll take you out back and beat the crap out of you, all of you.
Count us in, Riz.
1, 2, 3.
5, 4, 9.
Wait, what?
That's not counting.
What'd you say? I'll take you out back, all of you. I'll line you up against that wall and violate you sexually in ways you
I
can't
want to
even
fight you.
imagine. I want to sodomize every one of you.
Wow.
You're a coward.
And a cuck.
You're a creep.
And a cuck.
Oh.
All right, anyway.
By myself, I'll take you physically.
So Paul's up for an award in the same 2 separate categories that the Beatles are up for an award, and so he's got a couple of chances to win this.
Absolutely, it'd be wild to see him. I don't know. Would he show up for the Emmys? I mean,
I don't think so. No, because it's mainly
not for him.
These are for mixing awards
Yeah.
and things like that.
So, do you guys want to actually hear 1,000 people playing Paradise City?
Yes.
Why not?
Crying out in the night.
That was me.
1, 2, 3.
It's not bad.
That is good.
1, 2, 3.
He's conducting.
Will you? Will you? Will you? Will you?
Okay. All right. Anyway, it's got a long intro. That does sound good. That's not bad at all. All right, and that'll wrap our music news segment, ladies and gentlemen. We will take one final break, and thank you. Thank you. And when we return, we will get the letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize and see what Pierre's got cooking for you. Stay there. We'll be right back. This is step one. We'll get to that later.
I don't know.
Just dip your feet in. And when I'm not around, check it out on your own. Yeah.
Where's that experience coming from now where you could, that used to be till you talk about the religious experience of in the dark with the turntable and the whole thing. And I'm going to now, in the darkness, see the music, and that you don't get it anymore.
There's no albums anymore.
Yeah.
That's why. It's not going to happen anymore.
They don't do laser light shows anymore either.
I used to love laser light shows.
Those things are badass.
No matter who they were playing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It could have been Little River Band. It would still work. But maybe not.
Rush, yes.
Pink Floyd was made for laser.
I went to a
Laser
Rush
Floyd.
one back in the day.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, in San Francisco. Yeah.
I went to Seattle
lazy.
Sounds, and it was awesome. It was Pearl Jam, Nirvana.
Oh, that's a good one.
Alice in Chains, Soundgarden. It was awesome.
The problem with the laser light shows is so the seats were they're planetarium seats. So if you went late at night, you were going to fall asleep because they were
Right.
Yep, because you
permanently
laid back.
reclined.
But they're probably better now. I would think there's been some advancements in laser.
You would hope.
Because back then it was just like they would write Rush with a laser and then spin it around so you'd see what Rush looked like backwards. And you'd be like, wow.
Well, then they
It's
did
amazing.
They did 3D laser lights where you'd wear the glass. Do you remember that?
No,
Yeah,
no, I
that was
missed out
for a
on
brief
that.
period, yeah.
Yes.
And so thanks for coming by.
Yeah,
again,
thanks
man.
for having me.
And
Always,
enjoy
guys.
your time in Philadelphia.
Thanks, man.
Brian Posehn. Regis Philbin did not like to chat with Kelly Ripa when the cameras weren't rolling.
What?
No. It's not the way it sounds, and we all will understand this. Regis had a mandate. She said, absolutely no talking off camera.
So save it for the TV, right?
Yeah.
I'm such a professional.
She tells the New York Times about her dynamic with Philbin. She said he had almost a superstition about it. You save it for the show.
Save it for the show.
She said,
Kelly, look at me right in the eyes. Save it for the show.
She'd said, I'd be like, good morning. And
Shut up!
He'd say, save it for...
Shut up. Shut your mouth. Shut. Shut.
Save it for...
Shut the mouth now.
You weren't very nice about it.
Look, shut the mouth closed. Shut. Now.
So she would... he would say, save it for the air.
Save it for the air. Shut.
I swear to God.
I will kill you where you stand. I will cut your whole goddamn head off. I just purchased a scimitar. For this very reason. To just slice your head off. So shh.
After he left live,
Nothing?
Michael Strahan came aboard and his unexpected eggs from Good Morning
She
America.
can't understand what he says, so.
So it didn't matter.
Oh, it was her saying don't talk, yeah. Shut up.
Just put your slicker on and talk to that slob.
Ari Lewandijk Jr. is about to meet 29 potential future wives.
Oh, boy. Is he the new Bachelor?
The Bachelor season 22 is about to kick off, and in the running this time are 4 Laurens, 2 Brittany's, and 3 real estate agents.
I'm Brittany, and I'm just looking for that someone special.
The 36-year-old race car driver, there you go, was first introduced to viewers on season 8.
Hey, would this show work with ugly people? I
No,
mean, straight
not
up.
at all for 1 second.
Can they just try it? Can like a smaller,
No one wants
lesser
to see-
network just do it with ugly people?
No, they did. Rock of Love.
No, I mean like actual ugly people.
You know what? They have shows that are average people, like that Married at First Sight thing.
Yeah.
And those people aren't. So they're just kind of average looking. So and people watch that, but it does have the added level of they've never met before and they're going to try to stay together.
Regular people are just, you have these stunning people, many of them very loose sexually.
Right.
You have these dream dates that no one on earth ever goes on, but people on The Bachelor and Bachelorette.
Yeah.
And
But
that's
could
why
you
people
imagine,
watch.
like The Bachelor shows up, and then you got 20 or 30 bachelorettes, and then
Mama June Shannon gets out of the limo.
Some of the bachelorettes are like, you know what, I'm out. You know, so immediately the 30 goes down to 20.
Well, that would be cool if at the point, but they've already it's the formula works so well.
I know.
It's been on, even though it's 90,000 different iterations of
This
it.
is season 22. Yeah, and I don't know how many
It's
different
showing no
versions.
signs of slowing down. Bachelor, Bachelorette, Bachelor in Paradise.
Imagine Casey, if the Bachelor shows up and he looks like that doctored picture of Tom Cruise that makes him a little fat and he's wearing a baseball hat
or booger.
Yes, something like that.
It's not gonna work. So anyhow,
I have to go. The limo's still running.
Yeah.
People with great personalities, all
No one
across
cares.
the board. Yeah.
Look at this picture here.
Yes. That guy. That's it. I love it.
I'd tune in. I totally would have watched that show. At least the first episode.
You know, it's a fantasy for everyone. I got just what love is really like.
But if you're one of the girls and you show up and Fat Tom Cruise is waiting for you instead of Ari Lewandijk Jr., you got ripped off on that season. You're gone.
Yeah.
You're out of there. So anyhow, he was first introduced on season 8 of The Bachelorette when he vied for the affection of Emily Maynard. So he goes.
I love you.
He goes.
I want to be with you.
He goes
forever.
I love you.
I love you. I look into the future and I see you and I together, like two people together.
Poetry.
I want to walk down the aisle with you, the same aisle, and get married. I want to write our own vows and use ventriloquist dummies to convey them.
Please welcome Mr. M. Night Shyamalan.
Hey guys, I like the music.
You like that?
That's a cello actually played through, through an electric. Thing
Oh, that's really cool.
To
Yeah.
make it sound like a growl. That's,
Oh, really?
That's
Music from Split. Yeah.
Yeah, this was. Hang on, wait.
Yeah,
Yeah,
see
now
that
you
on
can
that-
hear it.
Yeah, and the composer actually plays the cello. He played it himself, like in a bathroom, like off the tiles, and you can. Anyway.
Who's the composer? No. I mean,
Wes Stortson. I got him from the HBO show The Jinx. You know, making.
Yes.
So just an amazing talent.
I want to talk about, or ask you about Split, and so I don't want no spoiler alerts, but I recently went to a screening of Unbreakable. Do you look at Unbreakable differently than you did 10 years ago?
Split and Unbreakable are very, very connected, and they've always been. Even when I wrote the original movie, both these movies were in my head and actually on paper.
Okay.
So it was just one of those things when I started doing smaller movies, which give me a lot of creative control, and for me, whether it's even just in my own head, a sense of being able to be daring and different and original and not worry because the budgets are low and I can do something that's unexpected. I felt like, wow, I could do this other part of this story in a very unusual way. In fact, in a way that hasn't been done before, which is not even tell you how it's connected to something else unless you come see the movie and then forbid it to be mentioned in the marketing. It was really strange, I'll tell you, because I write only originals, but this is the first time I've ever written something where I already knew the characters, so it was very bizarre. Like, as soon as I started writing, I knew all the characters' voices and how they were going to react. So it was a very different process. And,
Okay.
yeah, really interesting.
Well, speaking of that, I apologize, but how did you come up with all the different voices and characters for the one character in Split?
Yeah, James plays. If you guys haven't seen it, Split is about James's character and who suffers from DID, and he has 23 personalities, and there's a 24th one coming, which is a very threatening personality. And in this movie, he plays. I don't want to tell you how much because I think it's going to be fun, but it's an enormous number.
But that's crazy to have to come up with 23 characters for one.
You know what? Really, it's not any different for me as a screenwriter because they are who they are. So
they're real characters. They're just being funneled through one person.
Yeah, it's James that has the problem. I have to. I'm just writing different characters.
I watched the Blu-ray had a different ending. Which I find this stuff fascinating.
Yeah.
And one you didn't go with, and it was the exact right call to go with the one you went with. But do you when you shoot those things and you actually just sit there and see them side by side and run them, do you go, that's it, or are you back and forth?
Well, I mean, part of art is listening, right?
Yeah.
So you can have an agenda. Again, if I write you this movie about you guys, you 5 guys right here in this thing, I can have an agenda. Oh, I want Preston to be this person and that person, and but you have to really listen because the character of Preston.
That's the other temperature jump into the 90s. 93 is our high today. 91 tomorrow. So officially a heat wave. No rain in the forecast as of now. Kathy, sorry, you're going to have to water your flowers.
My damn flowers.
Get out and water those damn flowers. Have your hibiscus opened up yet?
Yes, they just started opening. Did yours?
Ours is starting to bud.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Kathy and I have these little flower thing going on over here.
They're so pretty.
We have our flower thing. So Claire will do the little hanging baskets, but we have like drip hoses around the flowers.
See, that's the thing. I need that.
It's so I don't know why to do that because how often do you forget to water stuff? And
I'm like psycho.
Dies.
I just don't want to do it. But that drip, I had that drip hose.
It's really good.
It got like hacked up by parts of it would start to get cut by the landscapers.
Right.
That like we had to make sure we let everyone know that it was there.
Right.
And like a couple of times it just eventually was like worthless.
Poor thing.
I know. Now I have to go outside and stand in the heat. You know what I mean?
It's terrible. All right, well, anyway, I want to thank our guests. We had the chief astronomer of Franklin Institute, our friend Derek Pitt.
Yay!
Very cool to talk to him. Always something excellent going on at the Franklin Institute and the Fells Planetarium. Planetarium? Yeah. I don't know why I almost said auditorium. That's stupid. Thank you to Ken Hall as well.
You work at the auditorium?
The Umbrella Academy. And he plays both Commissioner Herb and does the body motion capture for Pogo. Really cool conversation with him. It was nice to have him on. This is a great show. So that was nice. And we now move on to Pierre Robert and see what's up in his world. How you doing today?
Nice.
Isn't that nice?
What was that line you said that made Preston laugh? Well, you say several lines that make Preston laugh, but about the Julie Andrews...
Aged Canyon of Desire.
Aged Canyon of Desire.
The Aged Canyon of Desire.
Yes. Wow. That's cool.
She was to write that down.
Lady Upskirt, I think was her.
Did it make you laugh as well?
It did. Okay. And I also thought it could be a great band name.
Aged Canyon of Desire.
I didn't write that down. You know what?
Yeah.
I'll write that down and add that to the list.
Particularly for older rockers.
Right.
You know, I've been to like 5 bands.
Been around for a while.
Yeah, classic rock bands.
Super group.
And we've done everything we have. Let's try this. I don't know.
Aged Canyon of Desire.
Aged Canyon, ladies and gentlemen.
That would be like the second part. It would be like Pierre Robert and the Aged Canyon of Desire.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
like it's the accompanying group to the artist.
You just reminded me of a contest idea that I'll talk to you after the show.
Okay, excellent. I love
See, we've inspired creativity.
Did it.
Marvelous.
Why'd you pull up Paul Rogers?
I just thought he could be in that band.
Paul Rogers and the Aged Canyon of Desire. Nick has the same. We share
John
a monitor.
Anderson.
Yeah.
And he pulled up Paul Rogers. And I'm like, where's this going to go?
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
You know that guy.
All right. Shall we do the letter, sir?
Yes.
All right.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right. The Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
A as in American.
Yep. And we have 2 more letters to go, and then we're going to give away a pair of Terrace Club tickets for the M&M Fan Appreciation 400 NASCAR Cup Series race at Pocono Raceway. That'll be on Sunday, July 24th, and tickets include pit and paddock passes. And this is it. Don't miss it. It's the can't-miss weekend of the year, and you got to be there. NASCAR weekend, July 22nd to the 24th, and that will be at Pocono Raceway. What's up today, man?
Well, we got lots of music. Chicago and Brian Wilson are teaming up together over at the FM Center tonight.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting night. I think how they pair that off and how they do it. I don't know which is opening, how it's going. Probably Brian Wilson on first, I would guess. But so we'll do. We haven't done a block of Chicago in a while, so I thought that'd be fun. Yeah.
Are they? Is it without Peter Cetera? Or
Yeah, I don't think
which
he's
I kind of would
been with them
prefer.
for a
been there for a while.
Good.
Yeah.
I mean, he had his place, but I prefer older Chicago.
Yeah.
CTA.
Well, there'll be a lot of horns.
Yes, famous
there'll be-
Chicago horns.
The horns will be there, and Brian Wilson will be there. So
That's it. So good.
Yeah, and the railroad will be there too. And
the
opening
clown.
will be Aged Canyon of Desire. I just got this from Electric Factory Concerts.
Yeah.
But that's also going to be happening. Anyway, then we'll get into a block of Queen. Then we'll get into a block of Live Aid material, because
Right.
today's the anniversary in 1985 of that legendary concert here
Oh, my
in
God.
Philadelphia.
It's amazing.
7 years, yeah.
It was just stunning. One of the most amazing concerts I've ever seen.
Wow.
So,
Okay, that's going to be...
And Dave Matthews Band tickets.
Oh, excellent. Nice trip to take with Pierre. Make sure you stay with him. I want to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors, Acme official grocery store, the Preston and Steve Show. Also brought to you by Dunkin' Donuts, official coffee of the Preston and Steve Show, and by Northeast Wash Pros. Do you have algae, moss, or mildew on the outside of your home? Well, call Northeast Wash Pros online at mywashpros.com. Tomorrow on the program, we'll have many things for you, including a guest, and that will be the lovely Jenny Slate on the show.
She's
Love
got
her.
a new movie that's getting rave reviews.
Excellent. So we'll ask her about that and more. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.